Hey folks, how's it going? Hello everybody. How's everyone doing? Welcome to round 3 of the US Championship. You're watching the official Chess.com commentating partner, ChessDojoLive. If you guys don't know me, I'm Kostya, one of the 3 main streamers on this channel. Games have already started. Games started 40 minutes ago, but we're on a 30-minute broadcast delay. So for us, games started about 10 minutes ago. And let's take a look, see what we have today in the tournament. How's everyone doing? Any matchups we're excited to see today, folks? Putsy, hey, how's it going? Hans Shanklin, oh, big matchup, big. I mean, that one's very personal for us because Shanklin is, he's essentially our resident super GM of the of the dojo. You guys might have noticed I'm wearing my my 2021 U.S. Championship polo. They gave me this because I was the journalist for the tournament last year. But I like pretending that I'm like a former player now turned commentator. Like, yeah, I played a couple of these back in my day, Now I'm retired, sitting up here in the broadcast booth. It was kind of more comfortable up here. I could get used to this. I love all those guys. You just saw Ronian make an obvious blunder against Sevian. Wow, already. Wait, what move are we talking about? Because to me, this looks like a theoretical position still in Sevian Aronian. Hmm. Oh, it looks like he blundered a knight. Yeah, no, I think they're still in very, very reasonable territory for now. Ponzak, thanks for subscribing. Yeah, we'll definitely start taking a look at some of these games. I love this, like, I love the wide view. Just you kind of see everything that's going on. I think it's pretty cool. But yeah, we'll definitely get into these games. We'll watch the Shankland Hans game, which looks like we have a Queen C2 Nimzo there. A lot of D4 today is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a lot of D4. I see one E4 game. There's two E4 games. Caruana Swiertz and Dominguez Robson, both Berlins. At least it looks like Caruana Swiertz is going straight into the end game, but at least Dominguez Robson, they have kind of a classic Spanish structure. And everything else is D4 openings on the board. We have Christopher Yu playing like Catalan against Elshan. Sevian Aronian have just like a very topical Queen's Gambit decline with Bishop F4. Zhang So, they've got QGA, very, very solid treatment here from Zhang. Liang Linderman, looks like we have a Slav, kind of Catalan-esque type of position, but big differences in this one compared to the Catalan, because here we're going to see the bishop is already out on f5, which means that black doesn't have to like play for c5 or e5. Black can just get the pieces out and has a better version of things. And then Queen c2 Nimzo and Shanklin against Neiman. Okay. So, where shall we begin here? Let's go to the Shankland Neiman game. We have the rest of our pairings here. So we'll start with this one. And yeah, d4, c4 from Sam. This is the usual stuff. Now he goes for knight c3. He doesn't usually allow the Nimzo, but he does it from time to time. Like, I think nowadays he's more of a knight f3 player, but he's also played his fair share of Nimzos, like with f3, e3, knight f3. And looks like he went for queen c2 in this game, which I don't think is Sam's usual repertoire as far as I know. I haven't seen him play this one too much. So castles, and which is of course one of the absolute main moves here. He plays a3. Another main move, e4, is kind of sharp but very, very theoretical. A lot of these games, they just end up in draws if both players are well prepared. So a3 takes d5. Okay, one of the most solid lines ever. I think Kramnik is the one that popularized this system not too long ago. It was like maybe 5-10 years ago that this actually became extremely popular. In the past, the way people would play is like they would just go something like b6 here, bishop b7, d6, knight d7, and just play this like very like fluid Nimzo, like flamingo type setup. Or you could also play like for like d5, c5, kind of just trying to blow open the center. D6 also is like a very popular move. But then I think Kramnik started playing this one, if I'm not mistaken, and he showed that it's actually very simple for black to equalize here, because you take on c4, and white takes, you go b6, and now the idea is that as soon as white pushes the e-pawn, you're going bishop a6 and trading off white's bishop pair. And it's like, that was the whole point of playing the Nimzo, is to get the queen c2 Nimzos, right? It's to get like the bishop pair. And so black is kind of neutralizing this in a very, very clever way. So, I mean, the line is, of course, extremely interesting. White has a lot of options, but white has found different ways of trying to kind of play against this idea. Like in some cases, white allows a trade of bishops, but ends up getting some pressure on the c-file, because white is also structurally fighting for a little bit. But of course, the drawback here for white is always the development. King is on e1, and it's going to take time for white to get the king out of the center. So bishop g5 played, bishop a6, and now Shanklin goes queen to c1. I think queen a4 is another move here that's often played, just keeping the queen, putting pressure on the bishop. But the drawback is that black can often challenge this one with like queen to d7, and then get into an endgame where black is very quickly developing and can still use their lead in development even into the endgame. This is a position I've played, I think, from both sides, by the way. So I'm somewhat familiar. So queen c1. Although I would say I've mostly seen it from black's point of view, because I used to be a Nimzo player myself, and I played this several times when I was playing the Nimzo. And as white, I've played the queen c2 Nimzo a fair amount as well. But yeah, this line never fully appealed to me from white's point of view, because it just felt like, okay, you're taking a lot of liberties in terms of the development, and you have to be really, really precise here with white. You know, sometimes you can get in trouble out of the opening because your king is on e1. And I always felt like even if you're really, really precise, like you then get a small advantage. And then you still have to convert this like long endgame. It's like best case scenario, you get like a nice version of like the two bishops, or you have like a slightly better structure, right? Like your opponent has one more pawn island than you do, but you still have to convert that. So it's not easy, but of course Shanklin is super strong. I mean, his endgames are, I think, definitely perfectly good for him, and so he is certainly capable of converting even a small plus. What is the queen c2 Nimzo? I don't even know what the Nimzo is. The Nimzo, thank you for asking. The Nimzo is a very popular opening that starts with this move, bishop to b4 on move 3. It's actually a very logical opening, because white starts off with d4, one of the two center moves. Black can either go d5 here to stop white from playing e4, or they can play, a lot of players play knight f6. And now if white really wants to get e4 in, like they can try knight c3 and hoping for e4, but then black will surely play d5 and never allow this to to happen. So some genius came up with the idea to play c4 in this position, with the idea of putting the pawn here in advance so that if black plays d5, white could trade it off, and then white would have 2 pawns in the center and be very happy and have great chances of getting e4 in like this, or if like queen takes knight c3. So black also realized, okay, they don't have to play d5 right away. They can go e6 and prepare d5. And so this was very popular for many years, where black would play like this, or they would start with d5 and then go e6, right? And again, it's all about stopping white from being able to get the full center with d4, e4. And then some genius, presumably Aaron Nimzovich, realized, like, actually you can play bishop b4, develop a piece, and still fight for this e4 square, not allowing white to, again, take the full center, because then black would just snag a pawn, right? So this whole opening is actually very logical. It's all about fighting for the e4 square and fighting for the center. And that's why in a lot of Nimzo Indians, you'll see black playing b6 and bishop b7, just because it continues to fight for this square. And if pushed, if asked the question, the intention is absolutely to give up the bishop. And you're not only getting further control over the e4 square, because you got rid of white's knight, but you're also severely weakening white's structure, because now white has to play with these double pawns for some time. Now, depending on who you ask, like, for example, if you ask Yasser Seirawan, as he's mentioned on the St. Louis broadcast many times, he was like, he basically feels like Nimzovich's genius ended here. He's like, all right, this is good so far, but from here, Nimzovich knew nothing. And to be fair, there were a lot of games where like white would go knight f3, and then Nimzo would just like take immediately, which now we know is kind of like a no-no. You shouldn't just take willingly. You should really force white to spend the tempo to kind of get you to do this, right? Or force them to play a move like queen c2 or queen b3 before you take on c3, and get white to give up some time before you give up. I mean, it is a valuable bishop. So the original idea was to play bishop e4 and just take at the first sign of any, like e3, just take, and then just play against these double pawns, which Nimzovich considered to be, you know, long-term strategic weakness. And he certainly had a fair point to that. But nowadays, the modern Nimzo, you know, of course, black is always waiting. You're not taking on c3 unless you're provoked with either a move like a3, or white has already maybe played like queen b3, or you know, in some cases queen a4, and so on. Okay, so let's get to the game. So queen c1, and let me refresh the moves here. And yeah, it looks like that's it. So here Hans is thinking, and that is a theoretical position, so I imagine he's looked at this before, but it's also possible that he was not expecting the queen c2 Nimzo from Sam. Sam has played a lot of like f3 Nimzo, he's played knight f3 Nimzo, he's also played a lot of like Catalan, like knight f3 here, for example, and then Hans would have to prepare, you know, all these lines as well, if this or g3. So it's very possible that he wasn't really expecting queen c2 Nimzo from Sam, and now he plays the main line. Sam goes for one of the absolute main lines, and now I would say here, I'm not exactly sure, but queen a4 is definitely the main move. But no, queen c1 is definitely a move that exists here, like queen a4, queen c2, and queen c1 is, or maybe I could be wrong. I could check the database real quick. Maybe queen c1 is actually a little bit fresh. Queen a4, queen c2 for sure. Queen c1, yeah, maybe actually a little bit unusual, right? Because white is kind of blocking the rook from a1. So you guys might be right. David said there's a opening stat. Yeah, actually, okay, so according to the chess.com openings database, queen c1 is not a move. Okay, but honestly, guys, I'll always trust the you know, the online databases, like especially like Lichess, you know, it's like not updated, right? Chess.com, I'm not really sure. It didn't show me like the games. So let me just check for myself. Let me check the ChessBase online data, because ChessBase, they know what's up. They've got all the games. They've got games that haven't even been played yet. That's how. Oh wow. Okay. According to the ChessBase online database, queen c1 is a straight up novelty. New move, never been played. I'll check my full mega base, because we'll see, because sometimes the online database doesn't know about older games, but I think it would have it if it was played before. Yeah, according to Megabase, Queen C1 never played. So huge novelty here by Sam, actually, because this is a really well-known position. Like at this point, you know, you still have like 1,000 games here, right? Or nearly 1,000 games. Hundreds of games at the top level, hundreds of games, because amateurs don't really, like club players even, don't really go for this, right? If they play the Nimzo, they're going to be playing like B6, D6, you know, like the classic like flamingo way, knight C6, this kind of stuff. So D5 is a move that it's like basically, you know, strong title players are playing essentially. So bishop a6, and now in this position, it's like queen a4 is just the main move, queen c2. Queen c1, never been seen before. In my mind, somehow I thought it was a thing, but I'm probably thinking of something completely different. And yeah, so now it's no surprise that Hans is thinking, because he's met with a very new move in a very well-known position, right? So we're not talking about novelties that it's like move 22, you improved on some game, you know, Kramnik Ivanchuk, Porto Carras 2011, right? Totally made up. Don't. It's not a real game. Like, yeah, you improved like on move 22. This is like you actually came up with a new way of playing a known line. So these kinds of novelties are much more dangerous, regardless of what the computer thinks. Computer might even think black is better, but from a practical point of view, it's very, very difficult to face something that you know your opponent has checked with the computer. Shanklin, of course, has a reputation for being an extremely well-prepared player. He's often looking at stuff with the engine. He's of course, you know, blitzed these moves out. So clearly he's prepared this with, you know, an engine pretty deep, presumably, right? He prepared it for this game. He knows Hans is a Nimzo player, right? At this point, I think everyone knows that Hans is a Nimzo player. So yeah, this is definitely it's a tough moment for black, right? Because you're facing a novelty, and the idea here is you're trying to figure out like, okay, what does my opponent want to do? And like you want to play natural moves, but you don't want to just kind of just blitz out just like a random move, like let's say knight d7. Knight d7 is probably like the best move in the position, but you don't just want to blitz it out, because you want to be careful, because maybe the opponent has an idea or something. And if I'm black here, I'm already thinking like, oh, he wants to go maybe like queen f4, queen h4, e4, and just play for checkmate. So I'd definitely be very concerned. I'd be thinking like, oh, should I throw an h6 here, right, before white has a chance to go like queen f4, queen h4 or something, right? Or should I play like knight d7, or should I just play c5 right away? Like maybe I need to just create counterplay. Maybe white's attack is so strong that the only way for black is to go like c5 takes, knight d7, and play for the initiative, right? Something like this, right? Imagine this was the only way, according to the engine, that black can equalize, or that black can get an advantage even. But everything else, like white, is better, right? So if you don't take your time here in a critical moment, you might just immediately misplay the situation, because it's kind of a sharp position. So, okay, I feel like, yeah, Hans is, maybe he's going to make a move. I mean, at this point, he's been thinking for, it looks like, well over 20 minutes now. So he probably will come up with something soon. You can't just think forever. At a certain point, you have to play chess and trust your instincts. So we'll see. I mean, h6 definitely is a reasonable move in these kinds of positions, because it asks the question for white. But then you're going to be thinking about like, well, what if he goes h4? What am I going to do then? Am I taking the bishop? I don't want to. But like, what am I going to do then as black, right? It's like you're already, like, you start to see ghosts, because you know like your opponent has checked it with the engines. It's like, ooh, who knows what they could have prepared, what kind of devious tricks. Okay, so let's see some other games here. Just go through the list. What else looks interesting? How about Caruana? Oh, here we go. But I feel like the game is further along than this. For some reason, hasn't updated. Okay, this is Dominguez Robson. This one is weird because I see like the live position is way past this point, but the moves aren't updating on the board. I don't know if anyone else is getting this for the Caruana game. Very weird. Seems like the preview is wrong. Yeah, I think something off with the DGT for the Caruana game, because like the preview for the Dominguez game is what I think the Caruana position is, because I know they were going for the Berlin endgame, and it looks like a Berlin endgame. And the preview for the Caruana game looks like the Dominguez game. But they're like, both games are like several moves behind. So very strange. I don't know what's going on there. This seems to be live. This is Sevian Aronian. And yeah, these guys are still well within theory here. Back this one up. This was another Queen's Gambit. D5, transposing to the Queen's Gambit declined. Knight C3, Bishop E7, Bishop F4. Very, very topical move these days. Castle E3. Yeah, I'll probably refresh and then we'll get the live position for sure. Knight D7 and now C5. So yeah, this move is, I think, one of the big main lines in this position nowadays. I mean, up until this point, both sides have essentially just been developing normally. And then this is the first move that I would say is like a modern move, because in the past, like, people would, I think, not really play this one so early. But White's idea is that White can now support the advance with B4 and A3, because the rook on A1 is defended. So if Black plays like something like this and then tries to go like B6 and A5, White just goes A3 and everything is protected. So White feels like they can take the space, and now Black takes a chance to grab the bishop before White can play like H3 or H4 and save the bishop. So Knight H5, Bishop D3, takes, B6, B4, A5, A3, C6, castles, Bishop A6, and G3. Yeah, all basically very normal moves. Like, Black has started to fight for the queen side, White supports it, A5, A3. Now Black goes C6, because otherwise, at some point, White could play like C6 and B5. I think back here, C6 would not be so great, because it could be hard to defend this pawn, and Black's knight isn't forced to go back to B8, right? Can go to F6, and then Black can start to use these squares. So B4, A5, and now C6 would be nice, like if you can get B5 in potentially, but here there's issues with bishop takes B4, and the knight on C3 is hanging with check. So A3, now Black goes C6, White castles, Bishop A6, trading off the light squared bishops. Sometimes their idea is to push B5, for example, and then after take, something like C6, but I think concretely this stuff is maybe not working so great. I can also consider like B4 here, and yeah, sharp stuff, but I don't think it's working for White. Instead, we see Sevian go G3, which is a normal move, and just defending this one ahead of time, because Black's going to put the queen on C7. And yeah, this structure, it's really solid for Black, but at the same time, it's not a ton of fun to play. I feel like in general, White's pushing for a little bit of an advantage here and always kind of pressing a bit. Like, the idea is that we're going to be putting the knight on E5 and controlling this square. White is also going to be advancing H4 at some point, H4, H5, and pushing on the king side. And eventually, you know, White looks to play for either the F4, F5 break, or trying to somehow infiltrate on the queen side, because at a certain point black is going to take on b4 and maybe take on c5. There's going to be some open lines, and if one day white can try to get to the c6 pawn, either by getting some rook in or getting the knight to e5, that's how white tries to one day win this position. But it's very, very far away, so we're going to see a very slow kind of build up in this game. But in general, black is very solid, and pretty sure Levon has played these kinds of positions quite a bit before. Why does Aronian want to trade the light square bishop? Having the bishop pair seems nice. It's because it's still a very closed position, and if black doesn't put the bishop on a6, it doesn't really have such a great future. So if black doesn't trade off the bishop, then that means the bishop is either living here or on b7, where it's effectively acting as like a glorified pawn, right? It's just controlling the squares that a pawn would and not being a full bishop. Whereas white's bishop gets to enjoy the full privileges of being a full bishop, which is, of course, and it's in particular a very, very good piece in this exact structure with all of white's pawns on the dark squares and this bishop kind of policing the light squares. So despite having the bishop pair, it's still kind of in black's best interest to trade this one off, because especially the bishop on c8 is just so terrible. Okay, let me catch up on more questions. Am I satisfied with the Staunton wooden set? Yeah, actually, I had a set. Well, this here is a DGT board that I actually got from the DGT site. I didn't get it from Staunton, although I think they do sell them. I like the DGT board. I have been having issues having it transmit moves properly to chess.com specifically, but hoping that can be worked out. But yeah, the board itself is great. I also do have another Staunton board. It's over there off camera. That's really nice. That I got from St. Louis. I think I'm going to do a video just reviewing that one set just because it's so great. but yeah, I'm definitely enjoying it. All right, let me see. Let me refresh the games here to see if I can get the live Caruana game. No, Caruana game's still stuck. And you guys are telling me that they didn't even play this line of the Berlin? That doesn't seem right. Do I still have lighting to change? No, I'm not really doing the lighting these days. Thank you, Adi Katz. Thank you. I'm learning a lot from you as well. Oh, if you're considering a Staunton set, we'll definitely make sure to use code ChessDojo on houseofstaunton.com, I think, because you get 15% off site-wide. You can get anything you want on House of Staunton. 15% off using the code ChessDojo. So definitely do that. And you can buy some really expensive stuff and then still get 15% off. They're not going to be like, oh, no, you can't use it. I mean, hopefully not. Look, let me know if that happens, because that shouldn't. But I don't think it will. Okay, let me see if I can look up the Caruana game. I should also just have the St. Louis broadcast open on my end just for fun. Right now, they're explaining the Shanklin-Niemann game with the novelty, Queen to C1, and then let's find the game here. Okay, so yeah, Caruana game. Right, they played a different line of the Berlin, and then what's going on? Okay, so the Dominguez-Robson game, that's the one that went into the Berlin endgame. And so chess.com has this game mixed up with this is the opening of the Caruana game, but they don't have the moves for either one. Okay, so let me show you guys then what happened in the Caruana game. So he played d3. Sweerts played bishop c5, and then Fabi took on c6 and opted for this kind of roui exchange structure. Oh, is it National Chess Day today? Shh. I think it goes on until like maybe the 11th. I think the 11th is like National Chess Day, or the 12th. But anyway, so takes, knight d2, bishop e6, castles, queen d6. This is similar to the game between Shanklin and Robson yesterday. b3, a5, bishop b2, knight d7. And here, Fabi goes knight g5. I'm guessing looking to take this bishop. Black played a4, knight df3, castles, and now knight h4. And I can tell you guys that so far, wow, if the clocks are correct according to Chess24, which I think they usually are not, but they might be, because this kind of checks out. Fabi hasn't like spent any considerable amount. He hasn't spent more than 30 seconds on a move, with the exception of his first move, 1e4, which I'm guessing he was busy getting wanded or something. So he's just been blitzing out all of his moves, whereas at this point, after d3 and all these moves, Daro is down to under 30 minutes, which might be right, because Daro does spend a lot of time, especially when he's out of opening prep. And if Fabi's still in his book, which is not crazy, like, I mean, I think all this has to be somewhat well known, but at some point there was likely some kind of new move from Fabi. So let's see if I can figure out what was the new move here. Okay, online database. Okay, so that's funny. So b3, a5, this position has been seen in the game Sweerts Elyanov November 2021. So Daro played this line as white in last year's FIDE Grand Swiss. So that's kind of interesting information. So he probably knows a thing or two about this position. I don't know if Fabi knows that he had this. Probably he checked it, but you don't always check your opponent's games, you know, with the white pieces. So you're not always sure what they played and haven't played. But I'm guessing Fabi is smart enough to do that. So he might even know that, like, oh, Daro played this position last year with white. So anyway, or maybe Daro's playing this because he felt like Elyanov drew so easily or equalized so easily in that game. So anyway, bishop b2. So that this move is deviating a little bit. In the Daro game, he played a3 himself as white. So this is Fabi improving on that game. Knight d7, which is still theory. Knight g5, a4, knight f3. And the official novelty here was castles. Before, there was a couple games by a couple correspondence games where black played f6. So in terms of like tournament games, I guess bishop b2 was kind of new. So already this position is actually somewhat fresh. And now Fabi played knight h4 quickly, so he's still in his prep here. And it seems like Daro has been thinking for a while on these moves. Yeah, so question about tournament preparation. When you're preparing lines and variants for a certain match, how deep are those lines? Yeah, it really depends, you know, like on the opening, for example, and how many different things your opponent can play. So, for example, if your opponent is someone like, Vanchuk is famous for this, where he could literally play any opening on any day, then it doesn't really make sense to prepare like super deeply, right? Because you might not even guess his first move. Whereas other players that are kind of very static in their opening repertoire you might know exactly, like MVL, for a while was just playing like Najdorf exclusively, Grunfeld exclusively. So if, for instance, I wouldn't know, but I would can imagine if you're preparing for MVL, you're probably not spending a lot of time preparing for stuff that's not the Najdorf, right? And you might already know, like, okay, you're going to play Bishop G5 Najdorf, you're going to play Bishop E3 Najdorf. And against Bishop G5 Najdorf, he only plays this like one variation of the poison pawn over and over again, right? So if you prepare something super specific like that, then that preparation can go to like move 20, 25, 30. Like these guys, depending on your level, you can go super deep. For someone like me, like a lowly I am, it's rare that I'm well prepared past like move like 15, 16, I think would be pretty reasonable for me. But that's only if I like know the opening ahead of time and I'm like preparing it. If I get surprised, I could be out of book like move 5, right? I mean, anyone can. But for these guys, like they're looking at lines like, move 20, move 25, but it also depends on the amount of deviations along the way, right? There are many openings where there's just so many lines that it's like it's just impossible to really memorize everything. And there are other openings where there's only a few lines and then the play can be quite forcing. So these guys, they memorize a lot of these like very forcing lines because there's not a lot of deviations, right? So, it's if you have to memorize like 4 variations that are like, let's say 25 moves each, right? The first 10 moves, you already know because you're playing this opening all the time, right? And then you have to memorize like a 10 or 12 force sequence. Like that's not really easy to do, but if it's only like 3 or 4 lines and you repeat it a couple of times, you do some Chessable, you put it out like over the board. Generally, I like to practice lines like OTB, like actually playing them out. Then, yeah, it's not like that hard to remember. But if you're talking about an opening like the Najdorf, where it's like there's so many like sharp variations and so many sharp lines, like you're not gonna memorize everything. Right? It's just impossible. So it really have to kind of taper it down. So follow-up questions. I think it is worth going that long. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it really depends. Like in the King's Indian, for example, like sometimes, you have these long variations where, up until move 15, it's like really well-known stuff. And even if like someone doesn't know it, it's like the most natural moves anyway. So it's like, all right, you're going to get those first 15 moves. And then it's like, important that you kind of play the position beyond that well. In my opinion, it's not that important to like really know stuff like super, super deep. But it's nice to know kind of certain ideas, right? And I've definitely had games where like because I knew some idea on like move 16 or 17, then it helped me win the game. Either my opponent like walks into something that I already know is a mistake, or they play a move that I already know is bad and I know how to refute it. That's definitely happened multiple times. Or they, end up in a position and then they play something that's like not the move, right? And then I kind of think and I can kind of figure out like, okay, well, why is this not such a great idea here, and how can I take advantage? But this, I think, is something that kind of scales up, and this is why at the dojo, we're often telling people not to spend a lot of time on the opening, because this kind of thing happens rarely, even at higher levels. And in general, you're going to get more mileage from like working on your chess, like being able to calculate better, understanding middle games better, being able to make better positional decisions, knowing like which pieces you should be trading off in a position, what kind of plan you should be playing for, how to play specific endgames. Like this kind of stuff I think is way more important to like build out like your base of knowledge, right? Compared to just knowing like specific details about some random lines that may or may not show up. Okay, some updates in this game. Rook fe8 played. Knight takes e6. Queen takes e6. And knight f5. So this is the live position here. Okay, Chess24 clock's updated. And so, yeah, Daro actually has a more reasonable 56 minutes, which makes more sense to me, actually. Yeah, because with the delay, it would be really hard for him to be already down an hour on the clock. Okay, but he is down on the clock. Fabi still playing relatively quickly, although he did spend 4 minutes apparently on knight takes e6. So maybe he wasn't totally sure about this one, but he does take and go knight f5. And what can we say about this position? I mean, it looks pleasant for white. You have the nice bishop on b2. You have a nice knife on f5. And at some point, black might have to be playing f6 here, but white always has this idea to go king h1, f4, open up the bishop, queen can come to g4. Just feels like a very simple position for white to play. Just start maneuvering the heavy pieces to the king side. But of course, he still has to be very precise, and black is going to have certain counterplay on the a file as well. So definitely not the easiest position for white to handle. Jordan, hello, hello. I'm a person that picked up chess seriously during the early days of the chess boom, currently around 1950, rapid chess.com. I don't think you've ever played a classical chess game in your life. Don't remember the last time you played a chess game OTB. Do you have any advice for me on what to do to help me convert the strength from online speed chess to classical? Yeah, Jordan, you gotta play. You know, you're asking like let's say you've been a speed runner your whole life. You run track 100 meters. You're really fast at running 100 meters. There are few people that can run that faster than you. But now one day you wake up and you realize, you know what? Marathon running. That's what it's about. That's real running. I want to become a marathon runner. Great. So what should you do? Well, start training for a marathon, right? Start trying to run longer and longer distances. Maybe don't dive into a 90-30 plus 30-second increment, extra time on move 30, move 40, right, kind of thing. Maybe start with like a 30-minute game, or a 45-minute game, right? Just try to spend your time. Don't blitz your moves. Don't just play the first move you consider. Consider multiple options in every position, right, as much as you can, 2-3 moves, right? Don't just blitz stuff out. The opponent makes a move that looks tricky, spend some time, right? So this is the skill. It's like learning to spend time and coming up with ideas. Some of those ideas will be good, some of them not so good. And then afterwards, you analyze the game. You're like, oh, so this idea was bad. I missed this. I should have been looking for this kind of thing. Oh, this was a good move I didn't consider. I should really be considering this kind of idea in the future. And that's kind of how you build up your chess over time. But it takes time. Okay, let's see. So, let's quickly jump back to the Hans game because we have some updates here. So Hans, after a lot of thought, decided to play bishop to b7, bringing the bishop back, which feels a little counterintuitive, right? Because he's like spending a tempo to put the bishop on b7, and he's allowing white to maybe get this bishop open. But he is taking control over the e4 square. So one idea behind black's move is that white is no longer able to play e4 and play for e5. So bishop b7, h4 from Shanklin. And note, he didn't play e3 because then it kind of blocks off his queen, right? I was feeling like, okay, the idea is to put the queen on f4. So he goes h4, knight c6 played, going after the pawn. A little weird, right? Because black is often playing for c5, but you do see knight c6 in various nimzos. Sometimes the knight just goes to e7, g6, f5. Black just allows like the doubling of the pawns, and it's not a big deal. I don't know if that's the idea here, but this knight is also, of course, hitting this one, and knight a5 is, of course, a very typical idea as well in these kinds of positions where the knight can try to use the b3 square, the c4 square, and so on. So queen f4 from Shanklin defending the pawn, and it's an interesting setup. I mean, it's very risky to, again, leave the king on e1, right? In Bughouse, it's like, just, knight at c2, game over, right? But of course, this is not Bughouse. And black concretely, doesn't exactly seem to have a way of getting at white's king. And if white is allowed to keep pushing the king side, then things could get very dangerous. I mean, he has a very simple threat of just like h5, h6, and just undermining the knight on f6, g7 pawn, which could be very, very annoying. And the interesting question will be, what is white going to do on h6 here? Because this is a very concrete move. Because he could take on f6, he could maybe take on h6. He can also just like do nothing and play e3. Just e3, bishop d3, right? And this could be terrifying for black. Yeah, no, you never take here. You never do this. This is just immediately game over, I think. So h6, e3, and then what does black do next? And at a certain point, you know, white can also consider just like taking and going like rook h3 and just playing for the direct mating attack. So h6 is a very concrete move, but well, I would be terrified of playing h6 here as black, especially because like, you're not even sure if your opponent has to even respond to it. Okay, I heard from a GM that modern chess doesn't have middle games anymore, considering how deep opening preparation is nowadays. Yeah, I don't know if I would agree with that, or I'm not sure if that really applies. Like, I don't know if when that person says modern chess, they're really talking about like 99.9% of chess games. I think maybe at the highest levels, I can see the point. It's like, I think it's like a nuanced point about how at the highest levels, like these guys really know a lot of stuff. And so I still even disagree there. I still feel like they're playing, like this is a middle game, like right here. So yeah, I'm not sure I really agree with that. You guys should study your middle games. I think people are always looking for a reason not to study middle games, not to study end games, but I get it. It's fun to study openings. It's just like people telling you like, play this move, and then it's like, oh, I can remember that. It's like, you know, I get it, guys, I get it. But I promise you, eventually you're gonna have to play chess. You're gonna have to play chess, and then once you're out of the opening, you're gonna have to be on your own. So I think the middle game knowledge is really, really where it's at. People say to focus on the chess, but Charlie prepared the Scotch against XQC and mated him in 6 moves. So if you know what your opponent plays, it might not be a bad idea anyway. Well, see, this is a little bit different case, right? Because you usually don't have like low-rated players preparing against like one another. Like usually if you go to a tournament, you just show up, they pair you, and then you just go and play that person, right? Whereas like PogChamps is kind of like a special case, because we have the same thing with Ultimate Sensei, where we have players that kind of know who they're going to play ahead of time. And then, yeah, I would say like if you're coaching them and they're preparing for this huge match for like thousands of dollars, like yeah, it makes sense to maybe look up the opponent's repertoire and maybe prepare some tricky lines. I think that's good strategy for like this one tournament. I don't think that's great strategy for like long-term chess improvement, right? So that's kind of the difference here. Yeah, like if you tell me you're gonna play your friend in 2 weeks, right, and you really want to beat them, you know, like the best possible chance I can give you is to figure out like exactly what that friend plays and then prepare some cheese for you, right, so you can try to catch them in some tricky trap, right? But is that going to be the best thing for your like long-term chess improvement, right, to get you to like an actual decent level where you feel like you somehow understand chess? Yeah, that's not going to be the best approach, IMO. Yeah, folks, questions about the training program. Oh, I'm way behind on the chat. Excuse me. Right, the training program is definitely a great place for people that want to practice their classical chess and are looking for training partners. There's a question if you could get everything out of it in a month. I mean, here's the thing. Like, I think within a month you can probably tell whether it's the right place for you, because the program essentially, not to do too much of an ad for it, but it's a training plan. We tell you like what to work on, like what books to buy and then read for your level. You do have to get the books. Those aren't included. The program's only like $15 a month, so it's not including chess books along with it. But we tell you what to read. We give you sparring positions to play out. We have like some opening repertoires as well that you're not allowed to look at until you're a certain rating. And there's also lots of tasks. Of course, a big task is just like analyze your games. Got to get a certain score. And like Puzzle Rush, we added like a Lee Chess target as well. So there's like I already mentioned, but like middle game positions, end game positions. So I don't think you'll be able to complete everything in 1 month. I mean, it takes more than 1 month to get like 100 rating points, right? But at least you'll get to see what the tasks are and what we're kind of asking you to do. But the second part, apart from the training plan, is like the Discord. It's the community. Actually, a lot of people say like they don't even care about the training plan. They strictly join because they just want like a great community of players that they can play classical chess. They don't have to wait into the pool. They're less likely to run into engine user. And you have people that are willing to do postmortems after the games, analyze the game, spar with you, play training games that like aren't rated but still very fighting and very good for your chess improvement. So a lot of people are just joining strictly for the community itself, which I think you can definitely get a sense of in just a month. Yeah, end games are like leg day and openings are like chess day. I think that's a great analogy. Yeah. Openings are vanity chess skills. Okay, guys? Vanity chess skill is like the opening. Oh, how much you know about the opening. Vanity. Vanity. Okay, queen d6 on the board from Hans. And yeah, actually, headcanon. That's a great point. That's one of like the basic tenets that me, David, Jesse, just like always agreed on from the beginning. That actually, Coach Ramesh often says this as well. He's like the super GM coach that it's like working with like Pragnananda, Nihal, like all these like top juniors. Is that like knowing is not doing, right? So having knowledge, like, oh, this is like a Lucina rook endgame. I know this. I know this is a Lucina position, right? Just knowing the word Lucina does not mean you can then actually execute and win that position with 5 seconds on your clock, right? 5 second delay. Yeah. But knowing how to do it, right, is different from like actually being able to do it, right? So the program is very much built around this like core principle that it's like sparring is very, very important. I mean, that's what you're doing. Like you're playing chess. Imagine you were a tennis player and then you don't practice playing tennis. You just read about tennis all the time. And then you're just buying more tennis books and you're buying more tennis courses and you're watching the tennis courses, you're reading the books, and then you're never going out and playing tennis. It's like, it doesn't seem like a great strategy. Yeah. And then of course, like studying the info and then versus like applying it in the game, very, very like two completely different things. That's why you need lots and lots of practice. Where's the funny line? Yeah, we no eval bars here. Yeah, we don't really use them here. It's more fun this way. I can tell you, it's close to equal. White is a little bit better. I can tell it because two bishops. And so until black comes up with some kind of compensation for the two bishops, as long as white just gets like e3, gets the bishop out, white is going to be a little bit better. Okay. Let's see what else we got going on here. So now Shanklin is starting to think. Yeah, so he's out of book at some point. Bishop e7 h4 he played reasonably quickly. Knight c6 queen f4 he spent his time on. He spent 9 minutes on queen f4. So that's quite a thing. Queen d6. And now Sam is thinking. because he has a couple options here. He could just immediately trade queens. One thing I wouldn't suggest doing, of course, you can't take first because the queen on f4 is hanging. You could take and take on f6, but doubling these pawns around the king, this is more effective in the middle game with queens on the board. With queens off the board, there's not a ton of danger to black's king. White has one check, king will go to h8, and then nothing, right? You need a queen that can go to h6 to then give checkmate, right? That's the only way. So this, I think, would not be a big deal. I think black would actually be totally fine here. White gives up the bishop pair. Black now has a very strong center. All of black's minor pieces are can be well placed here. Knight can just jump around. I think black would be pretty much fine. So if white were to go for this endgame, then I would think that he's going to keep the bishop pair and just play something like e3, or maybe even drop the bishop back to d2 first and then play e3, kind of like Capablanca style, like keeping the bishop on the queen side. Though I don't think this move would be super likely, but maybe something like e3, getting the bishop out. And then it would be up to black to try and create some drama, knight a5, e5, before, because if white can just go bishop e2, castles, then I think white just has a clear plus. Pair of bishops and everything is very nice. Not like a huge advantage, but small edge for sure. But white also has the option of just not doing that, just going e3. Just leaving the tension. And then if black wants to trade, white can take back, because the benefit of this is that here black is left with this pawn on c7, which is like on an open file, and white can definitely put a lot of pressure on this one. So this endgame, to me, would be kind of even more advantageous for white than the pawns on d6. Okay, Invisible Man is spamming h5 is required first. So what do you mean by that? What do you mean? It sounds like a engine move. The way you're saying it, like he needs to find it. What do you mean need? Needs in what capacity? In order to match the online engines? Like what? What about, okay, rook c1 played. Yeah, looks normal. Just keeping the tension and saying like, okay, if you want to trade queens, then bishop takes f4. Kind of along the lines of just playing e3, except here he decides to develop the rook. And yeah, keeping pressure on c7. So very logical move, I would say. Will we focus on the open section exclusively? No, we'll definitely check out the women's games as well. At this point, we haven't even seen all the games in the open section. We're very slow on this channel. You guys are lucky that we've even looked at 2 games so far. If this was Jesse here, he'd be looking at 1 game, maybe this game, and that's it. He wouldn't, maybe even just the Fabi game. He would only look at the Fabi game. And people would be begging, Jesse, please show us somebody. He's like, no, I only care. But we'll slowly get through as many games as we can. But we are very, very slow on this channel. Yeah, yesterday they were focusing on the Hans game because, well, number one, everyone was asking for it. But number 2, Hans played this line of the French that Jesse has like years of experience. It was actually a line that we've like all played, because it was me, David, and Jesse on the air. So it actually made sense to kind of focus on that game outside of all the drama that's been happening around Hans. I'm more than happy to look at other games, guy. I'm not. Don't worry. Don't worry. Alice Lee. Yeah, absolutely. She's on 2-0, right? Am I planning on getting my GM norms? Plan is kind of a loaded word. I'm working on my chess and I'm gonna play tournaments. But yeah, I don't have it like scheduled in. Like October 26th, I get my first GM norm. November 20th, I get my second GM. It's not like, yeah. Okay, let's switch. Let's see. Caruana game is still kind of busted. So we'll have to get back to this one. Dominguez game also a little bit busted here. Let's see. Wonder Liang against Lenderman. Honestly, not most exciting position. Then we have Sevi and Aronian. Oh yeah, we looked at this game earlier as well. And here we have Christopher Yu against Elshan. Yeah, let's take a look at Christopher's position. Okay, so Christopher won a huge game yesterday against Wesley So. Fantastic game. And today plays Catalan. So he's back to kind of more mainstream stuff after trying out the Jobava London. Man, Christopher's interview yesterday was it was wild. He was like, I felt disrespected, man. I was surprised to hear that. I didn't think Hans was like trying to disrespect Christopher at all. Actually, I think Hans has just been under an insane amount of pressure, and he's just kind of responding to that. I really don't think. I mean, I don't know, but I don't think there's like bad blood between them or anything like that. But I mean, if it helped him win the game, if it helps him win it as Black against Wesley So, I mean, I hope he feels disrespected every game. Like I'm all for it. I think Christopher's coach should start disrespecting him on a daily basis, right? If it gets him to. But yeah, I didn't think Hans was like going after like with what he. I mean, he just like. I think he was just kind of mocking the interview process in general, which is fine. And I mean, he definitely has a point there. I think regardless of what he says, like there are definitely people that are just going to interpret it in their own way to kind of like match their narrative. So like he gives really good lines in the analysis, like, oh, he saw everything, he's a machine. He gives bad lines in the analysis, like, oh, he doesn't analyze like a 2700. So I can understand why he's like, no, I'm not gonna do it anymore. Anyway, so we have a Catalan here. Let's back it up. Catalan is denoted by this move G3, where white puts the bishop on G2 and exerts pressure on this long diagonal. It's a very nice and interesting opening, but one of the drawbacks is that it does allow black to capture this pawn, and white is not even like not even thinking about winning back this pawn anytime soon in most cases. Here though we see c5, where black is immediately challenging the center, and white could castle here or make other moves, but Christopher goes for queen a4 check. He does win back the pawn, but black is allowed to play bishop to d7. This is kind of the drawback of white's play, and black is allowed to fix one of the biggest issues in their position, which is the light scored bishop that often ends up stuck on c8. But the cost is that now white can take on c5. So knight d7, bishop e3, goes rook c8, b4. Christopher very ambitiously trying to hold on to this pawn. b6, tricky move. Now I think if white were to take on b6, then we probably see some tactics. Yeah, like bishop takes f3, and this looks like immediate game over. So of course we don't fall for that. White goes castles, b takes c5, and now b5. And this is a really instructive moment. I just want to pause here because this is like a very typical way of dealing with counterplay. You let your opponent use their pawn, and then you use their pawn against them to shut down their pieces, right? Notice now 3 of black's pieces are like restricted by this pawn on c5. By white not trying to like keep the pawn. White could go here, but then black is going to win back this pawn. This pawn is so weak, like knight e4, queen a5. Black can probably even take here, I think. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. But even stuff like this becomes possible. I don't know if it's totally possible. There's like queen b5 check, but you guys get the idea. Right, so instead of allowing black's pieces to kind of free up, b5, shut it down, bishop b7, rook d1, bishop e7 played, and now a4. And looks like this is the live position, Elshan thinking. Elshan, by the way, I don't know, a lot of people don't know him. He's a strong player, and he bounced back nicely yesterday. He beat a Wonder Liang. So he lost the first round to Sevian, then he beat a Wonder. And now he's playing the next junior in Christopher. Funny, he's played like 3 generations of players now. It's like Sam Sevian, who's a bit older than everyone, then a Wonder Liang, who's like a few years younger than Sam, and then Christopher is a few years younger than I wonder. Maybe tomorrow he's gonna play Alice Lee. He's like, what? How do they keep getting younger? Oh no, Brayden, you lost your OTB game last night. Yeah, let's review it soon. How would I evaluate this position? Yeah, great question. So long term, in terms of strategically, long term, white is doing great because they have this like 2 versus 1 majority on the queen side. And so this a pawn is very annoying. In fact, Christopher, like, instead of developing the knight, which I think would be kind of like, you know, very natural move, like either here or here, he goes a4, just looking to advance this pawn. Maybe the knight can come out via a3 and c4. Actually, the knight on c4 I think would be a brilliant piece. So I'm thinking that might be the idea. So long term, black has to deal with this because it's like a5, and then at some point white goes b6, a takes b6, and then a6. Again, the same idea, just like pushing past. So this a pawn is very, very strong, especially in conjunction with the bishop on g2. But okay, this one is kind of neutralizing that one for now. So my feeling is that white has a small edge here, just strategically. Tactically, who knows? I mean, the tough thing for black right now is his pin on the d file. Also, he needs to spend the tempo castling. So I think what black would like to do is like castle, queen c7, knight b6, knight d5. If black can get like all those moves in, position honestly looks fine. Like he's going to hit the bishop on e3, all his pieces have squares. It looks okay. But the question is whether black is in time. That's where I guess these players are going to figure that out over the next couple moves. So, but yeah, I would think that white is at least a little bit better. Okay. Why don't we, let's see here, Fabi game, not too many updates here. Let's check out the women's section. To this other scene here. All right, so here's what we got today. So far, I think there's 3 players on 2-0 in the U.S. Women's Championship. We have Jennifer, who won both games. Jennifer Yu. Alice Lee, I think, won both games. And who are we missing? Megan Lee. Is that right, or did I get one wrong? Okay, a lot of positions here. I feel like a lot more e4 positions in this one. Okay. So we have Tatev against Jennifer Yu. That's a very big matchup. Megan Lee against Irina Krush. Aswaran against Paikidze. Rian Yang against Sophie. That looks like a French. Sabina Foiger against Zatonsky. Looks like we have a classic Carlsbad position here. These games are still developing. Wow, 33 minutes for Zatonsky. I'm hoping that's not accurate. That's, oof, scary. Okay, just play bishop d7. And let's see here. Yeah, Zatonsky can get into some tragic time trouble. Absolutely. I mean, she's such a strong player, even in time trouble, but I do feel like it can, it's a recurring issue for her. And then this position between Talia and Alice actually looks really, really interesting. It looks like a Slav, so we can definitely take a look at this game at some point. Max Oive, wow, big fan. Max Oive, it's an honor, sir. The legend, have you here. Saying that Tohir Genova is much better. Yeah, this is their position down here. This kind of looks like a Grand Prix attack gone very right for white, because they've already opened the f-file. Black isn't even castled yet. And now this e6 pawn seems to be a big weakness, because knight on d4 is currently getting challenged. Oh boy. Yeah, this is looking really dangerous for black. Especially if she has to play a move like king to e7 here to defend this e-pawn. Yeah. Dangerous. I've played Rochelle Wu actually a couple of times. She's a very talented player herself, and I could easily see her becoming a top player in a couple of years, actually. If she sticks with it. Her brother also is a strong player. Derek. But King e7 looks risky, to say the least. Okay, great, Brandon, great. Okay, yeah. Well, let's take a look. A closer look at this game, just because it's a very interesting position, and it's a Grand Prix, which is part of Jesse's aggressive repertoire, the dojo training program. In fact, you can get his repertoire. You can get my King's Indian repertoire, as well as his light scores for black, French, just by signing up, get access to the repertoires. Anyway, so bishop b5 check, bishop d7, bishop drops back to c4, knight f3, knight c6, d3, e6, and f5. Man, very early. And yeah, this can be very tough for black to deal with if they're not ready for it, because it's very annoying. I mean, white's just immediately opening up this diagonal, opening up the f-file. I mean, it's just like a souped up King's Gambit also, almost. So knight d4, which makes sense, activating the knight, defending e6, but now takes, and had black taken this one, I'm not sure exactly what would happen, but I just assume that it is very, very dangerous to do so. Like, let's say g takes, f5. For one, white could just consider castling, developing, but maybe takes. I'm never sure. I mean, there's like d5, for example, but if d5, white takes here first, can't allow that, takes back, maybe bishop moves somewhere like bishop b5, and then white will castle. I mean, and yeah, black's position is going to be just full of weaknesses here. Something like this, I would imagine, is the idea. Or maybe white just castles. And then if black continues taking pawns, they're just going to, yeah, fall under very, very heavy fire very soon. Like takes here, knight f6, takes e4, and yeah, seems very dangerous. Not totally sure. Not totally sure, but it does seem very dangerous for black. Anyway, so f5, knight d4 played. Takes, castles, queen b6. And queen b6, to me, the move looks odd. Because I don't quite get what the queen is doing here. Like, I don't think black is really playing for any tricks on the king, and if castling queenside is the idea, then yeah, after knight g5, it's hard to achieve that. But maybe the idea is to castle queenside, but even then, I don't know, to me it feels like if I could play queen e7, that would be the move I would want to make. But there could be something concretely wrong with this one. You never know if you're walking into some kind of knight d5 or something along these lines. But if knight g5, then knight f6 anyway. But yeah, queen b6 feels like in the wrong direction. Knight g5 played, knight f6, knight e2. And yeah, this is now the live position Rochelle is thinking. It does look very, very difficult for black because white just wants to take and take on e6. And black can take on e2, but then queen takes e2. And anyway, e6 pawn is hanging. And other than king e7, yeah, I'm not seeing a way to cover this one. I mean, king e7 is not like the end of the world, but it's bad. It's bad. Even something like e5 actually might just be really rough for black. Let's say takes, queen takes, and then we're not really afraid of any kind of discovered attacks because this bishop is hanging, and we also have like rook f7 check in case the knight moves. So something like this, I think, is just, I mean, just looks terrible. Just looks like game over. Should be 3, rook e1. You just don't survive with your king in the center, open position. It's just the king is too vulnerable. So, yeah, I'm having a hard time finding playable continuation here for black. Maybe king e7 just right away without taking on e2. But this runs into the issue that your king is on e7 now. So for example, either c3 or knight f4 is just looking great for white. Thanks, MD Knight, for the gifted subs, by the way. Really, really appreciate it. And yeah, our very own comrade Eyelash is in the tournament. No, it's awesome. We're always rooting for Sophie every year. In fact, let's see. Let's see their game. Here we go. All right, so Sophie's playing black against Ru Yang. Ru Yang Yan, very strong player. Also up and coming kind of talent. And yeah, the Dominguez game, I think chess.com is having issues with the relay because I think the Dominguez game and the Fabi game, they got messed up. I don't think the chess.com has either of those games correct. Okay, so Sophie played Scheveningen. Look at this. Straight up Scheveningen, blast from the past. And bishop e3 from white, not wanting to go into the sharp g4 stuff. The Keres attack. This has long been considered kind of like the critical test of the system, but if you're not expecting to face it, then yeah, maybe you haven't looked at this in a while and you're not really ready to just, bang out g4 over the board just because you know it's supposed to be good and then figure it out later, right? So Ru Yang goes for kind of more practical, bishop e3, a6, and now we're transposing into just classic Najdorf English attack with f3. So b5, queen d2, bishop b7, a4 played. a4 is a little bit unusual. Typically, white is just looking to castle queenside here, play g4, push on the king side. But a4, okay, starts playing on the queen side. b4, knight a2, d5. Striking back in the center. I think a lot of people would play a5 here, but you have to be very careful with moves like this in the Sicilian because you give up the b5 square. And then white plays c3, and this can be very, very unpleasant. Say takes, and then you have to deal with this outpost for the opponent the whole game. So I'm not sure about, would not be sure about a5 here. d5, this definitely feels more thematic. Looking to create counterplay, but white does get to go e5, knight d7, f4, and now we're getting almost like a French here. That could be preparation. Yeah, I mean, it could be. I would guess that it is, although 14 minutes spent on a4, so maybe not in terms of the amount of time. Like white definitely was already spending time in the opening here. So I'm not exactly sure. I do believe that this position is still very theoretical, but yeah, maybe not something the players looked at very recently. So here, d5, e5, knight d7, f4, knight c5, bishop d3. Now black takes on d3, c takes d3, and yeah, we have this position. Yeah, I mean, honestly, okay, so it's definitely a French. It's just like a French defense now. Like, we can't even call it a Sicilian anymore. It's just a French. It's not a great French, as far as I can kind of tell. Because black's bishop on b7 is going to be really passive here. And yeah, this change of structure of knight d3, c takes d3, I think it really favors white. Because it's like, it's very hard now to challenge this knight on d4. Especially when white brings like the second knight to c1 and b3. Like black will be able to trade off a pair of knights if they want. But then white just has full control over the d4 square. And yeah, black could go a5, bishop a6, but it's like very limited pressure on d3. So to me, it feels like black is going to be worse here. And white is just very quickly just castles, f5. But okay, I'm a scarred French player, so I see this position and I panic. Maybe not so bad. We'll see, but to me it feels like white has multiple ways. White can either go the positional route, like knight c1, knight b3, queen f2, castle, and just try to dominate the dark squares on the queen side. Bring the rook to c1, control the c5 square, or go full aggressive queen f2 castles and push f5. Expensive or play knight c6 without thinking in a blitz game. Okay, very useful input. Looks like Sophie played knight c6 after 7 minutes of thought. Yeah, it's a funny thing. Like in classical chess, sometimes you just end up playing the most natural move, even though you spent like 10 minutes on it. But that's kind of normal. Because there were other options. Like for instance, Evans a5 and bishop a6, definitely worth considering. Because then maybe black wants to develop the knight to c5. Maybe it's better placed there. But knight c6, I think, perfectly reasonable choice. And now it's up to white to either trade right away or to just leave it on d4. To me, it makes more sense to kind of leave it on d4 and maybe bring the knight in from c1 and b3. Is the French a boring opening? I mean, I don't know. I think it leads to some really interesting positions. I think, I don't think there are any like really boring openings. It just depends on the position that you get out of the opening, right? Like like you can get a really boring position from the Sicilian. In fact, this came from a Sicilian, right? So it's like, was this a French, or is this a boring French or a boring Sicilian? You know, who's to say? No, I think these positions are quite interesting. But from Black's point of view, I feel like they can be very, very tough to play. So I often shy away from them. But we'll see. We'll see. Let's go back to the multi-board view. Folks, I'm going to take a quick break here, actually. David is going to come on in a little bit, and we'll see if I can get him to join. And yeah, then we'll be continuing our coverage of the 2022 U.S. Championships, brought to you by Chess.com. Make sure to check out Chess.com and all of their chess experiences on their website. You could see the full layout of all the games. Tons of eval bars available. If you're into that, you can go to their site, turn on all the eval bars on all the games if you want, and check them out for yourselves. But yeah, we'll be right back. And see you guys after these short messages. Alright, folks. Hey, Daiwin, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Great time to join. Folks, I will be signing off for a bit. I am David Pruess, is coming on to cover the games, and he'll be doing coverage for the next 2 hours or so. And then I might come back and take over to finish up the round. So stay tuned. You may have to refresh your page in just a sec to see the next stream, but don't go anywhere. We are gonna keep covering.
Hello, everybody, and the coverage continues here on Chess Dojo. I had a field trip for the kids this morning, so I missed the first hour and a half or so of this round. I'm gonna just look. You may need to refresh to see that time. So I missed the first hour and a half of the games today. But I'm excited to see what's going on. I peeked in on the Shanklin-Niemann game because normally that would be the game I would go to today, just based on players. You know, Hans tied for first place, and you know, the most talked about chess player in the world right now, and of course Sam, my good friend, who I was and am hoping would beat him. But at the moment, looking at their position, it looks pretty tame, right? I don't know that there's too much going on this board. At the moment, it looks pretty safe for white and for black. So we should probably pick some other game to watch today. For those of you who've been watching up till now, do any of you have any recommendations or thoughts? Do you know what game has the most fire? Looks like there's a Berlin defense from Ray Robson for a second time this tournament. He's trying to open up his queenside pawn majority now with an aggressive b5 move, which seems like it can't be right because there's a piece hanging. Hang on. What's going on? What's going on that board? I'm going to have to check for a second because I can't understand what the last move could have been. Whoa, the moves are all messed up on that board. Is that what Kostya was trying to warn me about? Okay, there's a white bishop on d4. And he's just played h5, not b5. Okay. Okay, so that's just an opposite colored bishop ending position, and actually reasonably tame as well. So then, let's see. Huh. Our show isn't showing us live right now. Just check. I can see the show. All right, we'll see. All right, what's going on the other boards? We've got Sevian versus Aronian, and that is a bishop f4, queen's gambit declined. Potentially interesting. We've got an endgame between Xiang and Wesley So, with an extra pawn for Xiang, but how does he ever avoid the rook trade, huh? That's sort of the big question being posed to him. So Xiang and So up a pawn, but I'm not sure that Jeffrey has anything concrete to do. I wonder Liang and Lenderman. It's like a little bit of a positional advantage for white. Typical Catalan thing. Chris Yu against Morad Yabadi. They've got the most tension and pieces on the board at the moment. White queen almost trapped. Bishop d5. Caruana and Schwirch. Looks pretty solid. Well played so far by the players. And Hans actually just played a weird move against Shanklin, d5. Taking on a belated French bishop. Really weird. Like, for a second, I thought there was nothing going on in that game, and then he does that. Huh. All right. Let's go to Chris Yu and Elshan Moradibadi. These two players both won yesterday, right? So let's see what they're doing today. D4, D5, C4, E6. Have you guys been watching this game with Kostya or not? Which games have you been watching with Kostya up till now? Like, should I just set up the live position, or is it worth it to you to see the moves that led here? You've been switching around some, so you've seen a little bit of everything. Knight f3, knight f6, G3, DC4, Bishop G2. Okay, a real mainline Catalan C5, Queen A4. I guess every Catalan is a main line now, huh? Bishop here, Queen takes, Bishop here. It's a good maneuver for Black. Generally, you would consider that Black was on the right path, starting the game like this, bringing the Bishop to the long diagonal. White just took, and Black goes to try and recapture it with knight B, D7. Bishop E3, hanging on to it for a minute. Rook C8. I was wondering if White was going to play B4, and White does. Well, that's challenging. That's challenging. B4. B6. So with the rook opposite the queen, you can't take this pawn because of bishop f3, winning significant material. So now White just castles. And I'm guessing B takes C5, B5, but let's just check. Yeah, that was the point from White's perspective. B takes C5, B5, Bishop B7. It was to get it past B pawn and leave this pawn on C5 blocking these two pieces so Black can't develop them nicely. So that B4 idea is a very, very nice idea. Do you guys see how that works? You've got this pawn on C5 that you're eventually going to lose, right? Black's attacking with all these pieces. And they want to take and trade and get a symmetrical structure and have the rook on an open file. So White plays B4. Now you can't break C5 without a pawn break, right? So Black plays B6. And White castles, and when Black takes, then you don't recapture and let Black open up the pieces and get a symmetrical position. You leave that pawn on c5, blocking in 3 black pieces. Nice technique, and should give white a small edge, I would guess. b5, bishop b7, rook d1. Bishop e7. a4. Castles, and now even a5. Wow. Knight b6? Huh? What am I missing? a5, knight b6. The rook on d1. Oh my lord. Elshon had to be very open-minded to notice how he could get out of this piece being stuck in here. Knight b6. That was nice. That was nice, Elshon. Yeah. Let me just check something here for a second. Yeah. So rook takes d8, knight takes c4, and it's all just equal, or pawn takes b6, queen d1, and it's far from equal. So just had to retreat the queen. And the knight got out. And it goes after this bishop. This bishop doesn't want to be traded. Knight bd5, bishop d2 to keep the bishop on the board. Queen e8. Now the queen doesn't really want to spend the whole game opposite this rook, right? White's threatening like e4 basically here. And then if knight b4, you just take it. So queen e8. Knight a3 now maybe? No, queen c4. Not sure what that's about, but knight b4, knight a3 is probably going to happen anyway. Knight b4, knight a3, knight e4. It's hard for this bishop to avoid the black knights because they're on pretty good squares. Bishop d5, almost trapping the queen. She's got one square. She comes down to c1. And now we've got the live position. The knight on a3 is nicely protecting b5. That was needed. c4 will also be a great blockading square for it in some cases. But can black just expand with c4 here themselves? Like this could be a big candidate move for black right here, right? Try and turn this from a blockaded thing that's blocking your own pieces into a real strength. Make more room for this bishop. c4. I mean, if c4 is a good move, then I would probably rescind my instinctive evaluation that white has a plus in the position. I would probably say black was doing great if they could advance that pawn further. Your mama told you rooks behind passed pawns. Yeah. Mine too. Which game is this? Oh, it's not showing? Hang on. Let me fix that real quick. All right, at least we can fix it quickly, right? And now you can all see it. Chris Yu and Elshon Moradyabadi, the two winners from round 2 yesterday. Is that correct? 2 wins and 5 draws yesterday, I think. Yeah. So those were yesterday's 2 winners. I think they both lost in the first round, so they're not leading the tournament. The players leading the tournament would be whoever beat them in the first round, which would be probably Sam Sevian beat Morad Yabadi, and Hans Niemann beat Chris Yu. So those are probably the two leaders with 1.5, and then most everyone else with 1. I think you've got 10 players tied for 3rd through 12th places with 1 out of 2. Hard work versus hardware. The site thinks that time's pretty close between these two. 45 minutes each, 40 to 45 minutes. Move 20, they're doing fine on time, totally fine. Let's just try C4. Black have anything hanging? Even this knight is defended. The idea would be next probably to play bishop c5. And if white plays e3, then this bishop is in trouble, right? f6. Looking to trap it. So that's the idea from black. c4. Okay, got a suggestion of knight e5 for white here then. So that puts some major tension on the game. Now white's threatening to maybe take c4 at some point, maybe take the knight. The bishop's pretty bothered defending all this. You also play f3, knight moves e4 at some point to kick the bishop off of this pawn. That would be complicated. Good suggestion, knight e5. Anything interesting, Zelda Sama? I just got home as well, so I don't really know for sure yet. I don't know for sure yet. I mean, by definition, everything's interesting, so probably things are interesting. But it's hard. Hans just played some really visually appalling moves against Shanklin. His last like 2-3 moves, just absolutely shocking. But yeah, it's hard to say. There's no positions that obviously have like piece sacks or anything like that going on, right? How much Chris got for beating Wesley? Something like 7 to 9 points. I think maybe 9 points. I don't know. I don't spend all my time checking ratings. Not all my time. I occasionally check. Minus 7.7 for Wesley, so plus 7.7 for Chris Yu. Hey kids, welcome to the show. We're watching the best players in the country in the U.S. Championships, and actually there's one kid playing in the U.S. Championship. He's 15 years old. He's the U.S. Junior Champion. That means the U.S. Under-20 Champion. And he won a tournament with other players who were 17, 18, 19 years old. So for a 15-year-old to win the U.S. Under-20 Championships is really, really young. Really young. It's a bit surprising. Hikaru Nakamura won the U.S. Junior Championship around that age. And Bobby Fischer won the whole U.S. Championship around that age. But he was really special. And in the U.S. Women's Championship, we've got several kids playing, including Alice Lee, who you probably know. But there's a bunch of young players in the U.S. Women's Championship, which is happening at the same time. But right now, this game we happen to be looking at, this is Chris Yu. He's 15 years old. He's a grandmaster. And yesterday, he won a game against Wesley So. who's like the number 4 player in the world or something like that. Maybe number 5. It goes Magnus, Ding, Nepo. I don't know, maybe Faruja and so. Maybe he's number 5. He's one of the top players in the world. And Chris, you beat him yesterday, which was shocking. Today, Chris is playing against Elshan Moradiabadi, who also won his game yesterday. And that is also surprising because Elshan is the lowest rated player in the tournament at 25-30. He had to qualify for a spot in this tournament by playing in a tournament called the US Open Championships, which is open to any player. And every year, a bunch of players go there, including a bunch of grandmasters, and one player wins and gets a spot in the US Championships. Yeah. So, this position here, the live position's like this, and I've got that on a little board below me, the live position. That's the current position that the players are in and thinking about. But I'm thinking here that c4 might be the move that Elshan wants to play, gaining space and making this pawn stronger and stronger, and the rook behind it gets stronger. So I think this move looks really, really nice for Elshan. Looks powerful. I haven't yet calculated any super long variations to prove that it is or is not a good move. We had a suggestion that maybe white would answer with knight e5. I think white might also possibly play knight d4 as possible as well. That looks like a strong move to me. I could show you also real quick the shocking moves that are being played on this other board here between Shanklin and Neiman. So we could go over here for a second. And let me just show you what happened. So first of all, in the last couple moves here, Hans Niemann, he's got a small space disadvantage, right? Little space for white. One doubled pawn that's not very vulnerable, but I wouldn't say it's like defensively very weak. It's hard for white to attack it or make it a problem, but it's offensively weak. So black doesn't have a lot of things they can do. This pawn restricts their mobility or their ability to attack white, right? So here he's just doing simple stuff, right? Trade all the rooks, trade all the rooks. And right here, look at this. He tries to switch to a French structure when he's got a French bishop. And then here, he doesn't trade to try and open things up. He puts another pawn on a light square and leaves white's pawn structure in the center looking really good. These are absolutely two shocking moves in a row to me. D5, ugh, and F5, ugh, ugh. I mean, it went from a position where I was like, I don't know that anyone's doing anything, to a position where I'm thinking, like, black must be horribly, horribly, horribly worse. Yeah, he actually wrote 2 books on Exquisite. He's not the only one to have done so, but I haven't written a book on pawn play, but I know that pawn, or I think I know that pawn structure looks terrible. Now, on the other hand, interesting thing about this is that Sam has spent almost 20 minutes answering these moves. Almost 20 minutes. In fact, he spent 20... This computer thinks he spent 20 minutes just on this move, on one move right here. But when I first checked in on this board, it looked like Sam had like 58 minutes against 35 for Neiman, right? So Sam's used like 20 plus minutes here. I mean, it's going to be hard for there to be some really, really, truly surprising, brilliant move here because there's only 2 pieces on the board, you know? 3, you can count the king at this point. But I mean, kings don't usually surprise you, right? They don't move very fast. They don't usually like, oh my god, how'd the king get to d6? Where did it come from? You know? Wow, weird move from Sam trying to nail these 2 pieces down. And look how fast Hans plays. It's king g7. Oh, the clock did just change by 20 minutes. Sam just got all his time back. I don't know what's going on with the clocks. We'll try not to guess too much, I guess. The Nigel Short King walk was a little bit of a surprise, Zelda Summon indeed, but at some point Black had to see it. Like, at some point it wasn't a surprise. You see the king starting to come. So b5 to cut those pieces off. And what would be like a plan for white to increase their advantage here? You can't really break through the queen side. You need to get your king into the board somewhere to win, usually. You could bring the white knight through f4 to h5 to f6. That could cause some mayhem because the black bishop gets in trouble when a white knight comes into f6. It starts running out of squares, and if it retreats this way, then there's knight e8, and then knight d6 or something, and the knight keeps working its way in. You guys are thinking h5 for white? I think white needs a way into the black position. So I guess ultimately there's a pawn break on g4 that can be done. My first idea is to bring this knight to h5 and f6. But I don't know if it's possible to do because black can put the king here to try and stop knight h5 or put the knight on g8 to stop knight f6. But I would think that's sort of like a small victory if you can... no, king on g6, you'd always chase it off with knight f4. It's a small victory to put this knight on g8, right? Yeah. So I think from Sam's perspective, the plan is to bring this knight to f4 and then maybe play f3, g4, depending on how far the knight can get. Seems like the only major plan here for white. A position like this, there's only so many options. You can really figure out for sure if it's a win or a draw. The knight's got all the time in the world, so you just have to see if there is a route possible. And with all the space white has, you know that there is a route. You don't even have to look for it. You just know it's possible. Right? I mean, a quick human evaluation would be white's better because they've got more space and their minor pieces are better. That would be the quick human evaluation. But at a GM level, you know, you can just kind of say it's a draw or it's a win. Eventually, they just know. I think knight f3 to g1 to either h3 or e2. And then on to f4. Is pretty plausible for the next step for Sam. But we have to keep in mind is like ultimately he's going to need a breakthrough. And ultimately that's going to have to be g4. a5 doesn't open enough space to really be very meaningful, I think. Best spot for the black knight, maybe g6 so that it can trade whenever this knight comes to f4. That would pretty much stop my entire plan. Okay, let's say that the knights traded because black put the knight on g6. So we played knight f4. The knights traded. White king comes to f4. Knights are gone, right? King on f4, f3, g4, forcing fg4, fg4. You play a4 to defend, a4 to defend this pawn so that your bishop's free to move. You go f3, g4, king f4, f3 and f5 trade. Then you play g5. If black plays hg5, king g5, it's lost for black. Easy for white. You just go h5, h6, force the king to h8, then you go king f6 and you clean up. So king on f4, king on g7, white pawn on g5. Black can't take, and the king has no extra moves. So the bishop has to mark time. Does white have any way to create a Zugzwang in that position, or to make progress if black just holds the h6 square with the king? I suppose you could try king g4, king h5, and if pawn takes, king takes. When the bishop's on e8, you don't want to play king h5 because black will have f6 check. So you just put your king on g4, Zugzwang the bishop with bishop c2, bishop moves to d7, king h5, pawn takes, king takes, and you win. Okay, so that's an important position. If the knights trade on f4, the pure opposite color, the pure same colored bishop ending is just simply a win. The end. Just simply a win. So that means knight g6 is not a good defensive setup for black against white having a knight on f4. c4 has been played by Morad Yabadi on the other board that I was looking at. Somebody's saying f4 in this position. That would not be good because on knight f5 the bishop can just take it, right? And then you defend this pawn over here, and now you just bring this knight to e3 and then clean up. That'll do it. Yeah, that's lost. See, king e3. Yes, la 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 Lu. That's the plan that I have for white at the moment. Bishop e8, f6, and reroute. Yeah, that may be an option for black. Okay, Hans plays knight to g6 here. And now if g3, I guess he would play f4 check there. King f3, fg3, bishop g6. fg6, fg3 would be fine. Oh, b5 would be hanging. Sam doesn't want to play h5. It takes away an important square from his knight. He wants to play g3, but he's got to assess f4 check then. Which doesn't look like he can beat f4 check. g3, f4 looks like it holds for black. He could play knight f3 to just hold the position for now, and then look to play g3 later from there. f4 is not a threat right now. But it may be a good move against white defending this pawn. So like here, 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 here. For example. And Falk asks, is this just fine? Is this just fine for black? The answer is, it's not just fine. White's still better. More space, better pieces. But black hasn't lost yet. They've traded a pawn that didn't hurt them. And white's not yet initiating a winning plan. So it's probably what black would try. Might also be what Sam tries. I don't know for sure if these positions are drawn or not. Maybe. No. If you do this, then takes. Here. That's death. This king will get into e5 eventually. I can't call Sam in right now because he's busy. But, I mean, Kostya and I could definitely endgame sensei this position one day. Knight g6 is the live position. You guys can endgame sensei it against each other, too. I mean, one of the best ways to figure out what's going on here is just grab somebody and play some moves with them. You've been around long enough. You guys know how to improve at chess now, right? You don't. For those of you who've been around for a few months, you don't need the senseis anymore, right? You know what to do if you've got a chess question. That's true, Death. The game might be done. Sam might already be available. He could be watching and laughing. Preparing to send me a sarcastic text about how bad my understanding of the position is. Everybody misses things, with or without blindfold, Exquisite Corpse. If you're doing some kind of practice, you're probably getting better, right? Especially if you're finding that practice difficult, shall we say. Sam Shankly would never tell me his position speaks for itself. Sam doesn't speak in terms of like one-liners or memes or things like that. He's very expressive. Vegas odds on this match at the moment. Let's see. Sam played h5. I would say 10% Shanklin wins, 90% draw. Let me think a little bit harder than that. Sam's really all in on cramping black, right? Versus holding pawns on dark squares, right? Which is one. There's two different ways positionally to handle something like this, right? One is you try and get all the pawns on dark squares and get as many of your opponent's pawns as possible stuck on light squares. But Sam's approach is taking as much space as possible and cramping these pieces up. Oh yeah, I think I've seen that lesson, Exquisite Corpse. And were a bunch of the comments on YouTube saying stuff like, "Oh my gosh, Sam is so disrespectful. She's a strong player. Why is he criticizing her?" Stuff like that. That's the one, right? Yeah. It's like, well, she wanted, an honest lesson. She knew who she was getting the lesson from. Right, so he wants to play f3, g4, break there, then maybe play g5 and try and somehow bully his king into g5. In general, if white can get the king into g5 and then play h6 and then king f6, that's sort of like the only way I see to win this position as white. But I don't see how to do it with the pawn on h5. With the pawn on h4, I saw ways to do it. With the pawn on h5, I'm afraid it's just blocked now. I mean, in general, people are way too sensitive about being criticized. But especially you have to understand if somebody's getting a lesson, the point of a lesson is to receive, to receive the other person's expertise, which you believe is greater than yours. So and Sam has really high standards, like a lot of the other best players in the world have really high standards. They play games that look amazing, and then you ask them about the game afterwards, and they'll say, I played like a complete idiot, right? How many top 20 players would say that about a game of theirs that you would find simply amazing? There's a lot of them with really, really high standards. Xiang and So agreed to a draw, so Jeffrey didn't find any way to get the rook and bishop untangled on the first rank. He may have, Zelda. That sounds like something that a strong player would say. Okay, that was enough of a snack. That was great to have some food today. He is a very nice guy, yeah. I mean, very nice to, yeah. Very nice to people he knows and friends, especially. But Sam, like me, would say that, if you're teaching somebody a lesson, the nicest thing you can do is to, give them all the feedback you can. Okay, the knight goes to f8. This is a really, really cramped knight, actually. I keep thinking it's easier to understand the position with the knights off the board, because it is, and I can just analyze out the same colored bishop ending I can almost figure out as easily as a king and pawn ending here, because this one's like mostly blocked in. You play a4. I know what happens with the a6 tricks. There's nothing really to be shocked about here. But with the knights on the board, it's a little bit more complicated. But that said, this knight is really struggling for air, right? Because if it went to e7, then it can't go to c6. And if it goes to c8, it can't go to d6. So that's sort of like the extent of its air on the e7 route, right? Is like e7, c8, g8. So now it goes here. And it could maybe come out here, although even here, that would be sort of the end of the route. To get anywhere through d7, b8. You can maybe play an a6 pawn break in some case and try and trade one pawn on the queen side. At least keep white honest defending this pawn instead of white being able to play a4 and then the bishop's free to roam. But it's pretty restricted. Yeah, the white knight could go knight b4, knight c6, now that the black knight's not on e7. That's a good thought. Who told us that? Unagi. Yeah, that's definitely a plan. And then, honestly, like if black lets you play knight a7, then they've lost. And if they take and you take, then they've also lost, because there's no black piece that can get over and stop the pawn. So yeah, if the knight could play knight b4 here, that would be a plan. But right now the knight's quite far away from this square, right? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's an idea, but we would get to really evolve defensive maneuvers for black if we wanted them. Is there a world where black wants to play f6 at some point? Maybe, but you'd want to be able to push the white king back from f4 quickly with your knight, and I guess you can't with this pawn here. So if you ever play f6 as black, white just plays king f4. You can never take, and now you just need to leave your king here defending the pawn so white can't take and bring the king in. And the knight can't really push white back. So I don't see black playing f6 anywhere here. So it would be a good position to have our analysis board available to just make lots of moves on. But speaking of our analysis board, look what's happened over here. The moves that we considered, right? c4 was played, and now knight e5. Now, it looks like Elshon spent like half an hour on this move. Okay, and we're just in time to see another move from knight c5. So looking for the light square bishop trade. I think black would be pretty happy to bring this pawn here, probably. It looks like a weak backward pawn, but it just gives the c4 pawn some extra solidity. Options for white include taking the pawn on c4 here, trading the bishop, or playing f3 e4 with the idea of even, bishop f1. But it's hard to give up the d3 square. It's hard to ever do this and give black this square, right? Like f3 e4, bishop back, but then this knight's coming here. So you'd better capture c4 immediately. Hans moved. Hey, Zelda Samad, that's fine if you've heard of all the competitors except Elshon. That's quite plausible because he's the lowest rated of the competitors. I think Elshon may have originally been from Iran, but he's been living in the U.S. for a while. He's an American Federation and American citizen, longtime resident. So, but you see his ratings like 2530, and a lot of the players in this field are now 2700, right? We've got 6 super GMs playing in the tournament, and maybe like 2 other players around 2690, 2680. So Elshon's like playing up a couple hundred points through most of this tournament, except for against Chris Yu here. But he qualified by winning the U.S. Open Championships. And Elshon wrote an interesting chess book about a year ago. Around the time he won the U.S. Open and qualified for the U.S. Championships. So he'd been doing some work on his chess. Oftentimes so there's a couple different ways people write chess books. Sometimes people write chess books about something that they know pretty well, and it's more of like a focus on how to like teach it and explain it, and if anything, it's almost dumbing you down to like write it sometimes. And other times people write books on subjects that are somehow challenging to them as the writer, and it's a lot of studying, and you really get better as you write the book, I've heard. So Elshon was in a period of like real focus, I think, when he wrote his book, and really got better while writing it. I also think that for those of you who are dojo regulars, that Elshon is the coach that helped Kostya quite a bit when Kostya was becoming an IM, was like getting over that hump to become a 2400 FIDE player. So here, I'll send you a link to his book, and you can have a look. Okay. Now, probably Chess Dojo has some kind of affiliate link. So if you're really interested and you want to buy his book, then ask Kostya or Jesse for our affiliate link, and we might get 50 cents out of it. But I'm just sending it to you out of interest at the moment, so you can see what the book is about for a bit. Alishon's not Kostya's current coach, but we should have Kostya get a lesson on stream, for sure. We definitely should. My favorite chess authors, very simple. Garry Kasparov, Lev Polugaevsky, Mikhail Tal, Richard Reti, Alexander Alyekhin, David Bronstein. That's a good start. Those are like the 6 greatest chess authors ever, probably. Black's threatening knight b3. It just occurred to me, folks. There's not just the d3 square, there's this square here. That's a heck of a square. White better be careful with what they're doing. I was thinking of taking this pawn on c4 as white might be like a major candidate move here. But now I'm thinking that's just a major blunder, right? It is live, Matrix. It is live. Welcome. If you've got any questions about the positions we're looking at, let me know, and I'll see if I can answer any of them. As far as the U.S. Championships, are on a 30-minute delay, so, the players were in this position 30 minutes ago, but this is like as close to live as anybody knows what's going on in those games. Okay, so I think that's just a blunder, knight c4, knight b3. But that really restricts White's choice of moves here dramatically. Shoot, this knight c5 is really strong. Chris, what's he going to do? Yeah, I mean, it's the livest that you can get for knowing what's going on at the U.S. Championships. It's the livest. We're not looking at yesterday's round. We're not looking at a tournament from a year ago. You need some more anger. You is in a little bit of trouble right here. Those black knights are swarming around that c4 pawn. Is it going to be an exchange sack? An exchange sack will not leave him in good shape. An exchange sack here will be like desperation, not advantageous. If you go queen b1, what's black's threat? I guess knight b3 is still trapping your rook because it's got nowhere to go. Yeah. These heavy pieces are just a little bit out of space, no? Maybe queen b2. So if knight b3, you can hide it here. But black can play c3 then. You're just out of room, right? You're just out of room. Queen's got nowhere to go anymore. You've got like a 2x1 box for your queen and your rook. c4 was strong. I didn't see the knight c5 follow-up, but c4 was really strong. This is definitely no bueno for white. Yeah, I don't believe that Chris has a good move here. Like, I could say Chris needs a good move here, but I will also add I don't think Chris has a good move here. And Hans has played f6. Let's go back there for a second. So the moves were knight f8, a4. Sam needs to defend this at some point to free the bishop anyway. Bishop e8. So now Hans telegraphs that he wants to play f6 and knight d7, so he could trade and the white king won't be able to go to e5, right? So if you go king f4, f6, knight d7, black will be able to take back and force you to take with the pawn. And then the knight even comes out. Now Sam could see that. It was totally telegraphed. He plays f3 and f6 comes. And he ignores that and just advances g4. Fairly quickly. Oh, also the h5 pawn needed defense. That's another thing about this weird thing that Hans was doing, is the h5 pawn also needed defense here. But in this position, Hans could trade twice, right? Thanks, Stoop. Thanks. I'll try and bring this mic more central, and that'll probably help. And I'll try to sort of like look at my board, but with my head this way. Like, okay, I can see the pieces over there. We'll work on this setup. Actually, I could just have the mic coming from over here and just always be turned that way a little bit today. So we'll switch the mic with the water. Since I'm always going to be leaning somewhat in that direction today. No, I came back, Great Wolf. I was there for the whole summer. I think that every bit is a penny stuck in the matrix, and that every now and then Twitch sends us money for 40% of our subs and probably for all the bits. But I'm not an expert on it either. All right, so Hans is thinking here, but simple option for Hans is something like okay, we'll take here first, here, there, knight here, right? Sam's king maybe comes, but then black gets this knight c5 move. Maybe 45%. It's something trash. It's something trashy. That's why we don't tell anybody to subscribe to our channel. Or at least I don't tell anybody to subscribe to our channel. Back there, it's a painting of a chess dream. My mother is a painter, and she asked me to describe what chess dreams were like, and I did, and then she painted one. The best way to support the dojo is probably... So I think if you support us through Patreon, we might get like 85% or something in that range, 80 to 85%, which is pretty reasonable. I think you can also just make a direct one-time donation, and PayPal or whoever will get like 3% or something like that, like a normal transaction fee. But other than that, we would get it all. I don't know. The training program is cool too. Yeah, if you want to sign up for that. Jesus. Thousands and thousands of pennies raining on us. Yeah, we've got now like an affiliate code at Staunton that I think gets you guys maybe 15% off and gets us maybe like a 5% kickback. So So, Avocado also managed to throw some pennies our ways. Thanks for it, Stuck in the Matrix. Very, very nice of you. Very much appreciated. You actually, yesterday we did the show, and it was like a fantastic show. We did like 6 hours and all that, and I was like, that show went great, you know? And my partner's like, oh yeah? Like, what were the numbers? How great was it? And I thought about it for a while, and I'm like, between Jesse, Kostya, and I, we did like 14 man hours of broadcasting, and we got 20 subs, but we get $2.10 for a sub. So we earned $40.40 or something like that, you know, in 14 hours of work. and that did not impress my partner. That did not impress her. She's like, wait, a really, really good day's work? The three of you put in 14 hours and earned $40. Like, we would earn more if we just, like, sat on Shattuck Avenue with a hat. But it's fine. The training program's actually changing all that. At some point here, we'll be earning a minimum wage. It's okay. Don't worry about it, folks. Don't worry about it. It's all going to work out. All right. How old was Hans when he made IM? I don't know, probably like 15 or so. And Twitch basically makes a ton of money for probably like 5 to 10 chess streamers and almost nothing for the others. But that's also, it's like, it's partly on purpose or not on purpose, right? Like, we don't ask people for money on our stream. Some people do. You know, there are people with similar followers than us who have like 10 times as many subscribers maybe, but that's deliberate on our part, you know. We're just trying to create some good content and then ultimately direct people to just make some donations now and then. Let's leave it. I don't want rumors that we're migrating. We have no plans. Oh, that people will be. I think if a lot of people migrate, then at some point, you know, Twitch will have to raise what their partners receive from 40% to 50% or 53% or something eventually. Okay. So let's see what happened. G4 takes, knight d7 first before taking on g4, king d4, and then takes. So it reaches the same position. Like, here's what I was analyzing. I was analyzing trade here, and then thinking probably king d4 or king f4. So in the game, Hans traded once and played knight d7 before trading this pawn. Sam defended it, and now he traded. So we get kind of the same thing. Exactly, Hardabuna. And that's what we're trying to do eventually. But right now we're more focused on making the content good than on raising money for it. But we're starting. We're trying to get the word out about the training program a little bit now. We're going to be marketing it slightly in October is our plan. So, all right. So obviously he's going to take back. Does Sam still have like a noticeable plus here? When this knight comes to c5 and his bishop retreats, Black's out of pawn break, so they're sitting there. Sam can solidify e5 with the knight. He can bring his king back to f4. I don't know why his king is on d4 instead of f4. That's kind of confusing. Yeah, Tricky Gangsta, it's unlikely that Sam's thinking on this move. More likely that there's some kind of relay blip for a second than that he's thinking about it. It's actually more likely a relay blip than anything else. Yeah, Exquisite, we are trying to get better ourselves for sure. I really, really, really want to be at a tournament right now. But okay, watching a great tournament is fun too. There's a lot of different fun things, so you just have to appreciate the one you're on at the moment. So surely he's played fg4 already. We're going to see knight c5 attacking this pawn, and then bishop c2. There is an alternative to play a5 there, but then knight d3, king d3, bishop b5. It's not even an alternative tactically. But even if it were, you wouldn't want to do this as white. You want to keep this bishop stuck. There's a 30-minute delay, gangsta, yeah. So, but it's going to be a long endgame, so there's a good chance they're still playing it right now. I don't guess that this game's already over. So, I think it's fg4, knight c5, bishop c2. And the knight can't really go any further. The king can come here, knight on f3, knight d4. King maybe comes across. Is there ever a scenario where we play g5? Yeah. I don't know. I see a lot of possibilities to win here still. That's what I see. Yeah. If you want to avoid ads, you're welcome to subscribe. I'm not going to, beg you not to subscribe. I'm just never going to ask anybody to subscribe. Because I don't want to give money to Amazon. My board's not really behind. Here come the moves. fg4, knight c5, bishop c2. See, I told you guys those moves. That's easy to predict. So let's see. Has Chris Yu found a move in his tough situation? Chris is sacked in exchange. And I guarantee you that's just a pure desperation exchange sack. Show you guys that. We'll go over here and get into Chris's board. So Morad Yabadi might get into first place this round, the lowest rated player in the tournament. That would be amazing. Here's what Chris did. He took this pawn here. Morad Yabadi took here. And now, oh, never mind. Chris had something up his sleeve. I was thinking here and here, right? And he was giving an exchange and pretty close to losing for white. But Chris has played this move. Oh my god. That's a bit of a shock. Chris is very, very, very sharp. Tactically resourceful. He's a dangerous guy. Alright, knight d6. So now bishop takes has already been played, which makes sense. I mean, the queen's attacked. You don't really gain much moving the queen here and letting white take this rook. So takes. Now there's time for this bishop to escape. Okay, Chris is resourceful, but I don't believe this. I feel like he's going to end up down tons of pieces, no? Well, sorry. Being down one piece would be tons of pieces at this level, right? I feel like he's going to be down material in a second here. Black's played knight b3. I was wondering, even on, bishop a8, what are you doing as white? If you take on f8 and black takes here, white's losing. Right? So what is even the dream scenario here for white? Was the dream that you would take here and somehow black can't win this bishop? It's a little bit hard to believe, right? But Morad Yabadi has played what looks like a good move, knight b3. Moving the knight that was attacking these pieces. Although the knight on b4 will be hanging now. Basically, it's madness. This would be a great exercise, folks. You guys want to try and calculate it yourselves? You guys want to try and calculate this? Who's got more pieces at the end? This is the most useful exercise to do for yourselves. Is to calculate a series of these kind of this piece takes and that piece moves away and this piece takes and that one takes, and then see if at the end you accurately know who has how many pieces. That is just the most useful exercise, period. I don't know what press-ups are. There's a lot of hanging trap pieces, yeah. All right, I'm going to do the exercise with you guys. So calculate a series of captures here. This is where everybody always loses their pieces, Pumpkin the Cat, not just you. And then they come out like 4 moves later and they're like, man, why am I down a piece? I was just making trades, you know? Like, all right, let's try it. I hear moves being played. Like, these players are figuring it out faster than we can, right? But that's okay. Don't worry about speed for the moment. Let's just get good at counting. All right, I got my answer. What do you guys think? Anyone feel confident on the count? At the end? Does unclear count as an answer? No. No. Unclear is the chess version of I don't know. Beware the Doctor is just saying +1. You guys saw Queen B2 made on the live board, so you went from that position. That's fine. 1 rook each with perhaps one rook and 1 blunder each. Confused, confused. Scour Power says pawn up for white as well. Plus pawn. Okay, I got the same count as the most confident people who've answered have mostly said +1, and that's what I got as well. I counted white by a pawn. That was my final count as well. Yeah. So, okay, we've already got another move that's been played, Queen B2. Knight takes A1. In this position, Chris played the move I expected, bishop takes. Now, in this position, I looked at this bishop retreating to D5 or A8, and I looked at knight C2 as well. Knight C2 is tricky because it's looking at playing like here and then Queen B5. And the bishop can't take the rook because of the queen. Right? And then if you take here, for example, black can play takes, takes, takes. And white's extra pawn has disappeared. Poof. Right? So, exactly. If black plays knight C2, which apparently black did not play, but you got the right answer anyway. Whoever was answering in chat. If black plays knight c2, the right move for white is to keep the b5 pawn protected by taking here and not taking this knight. And then black could go like knight a3. You save your bishop though. Right? And bishop d5, and white still has the extra pawn. Or black could retreat the bishop at this point, right? White takes the knight, and black takes the bishop. And then we get knight against bishop. Still, white's kept the extra pawn. Important, right? So, from what I can see, he's probably coming out ahead of pawn. But let's see, bishop a8 is what black played in the game. Right here, I think. Bishop a8. So that's the live position. So white's going to want to take these two pieces. Can you go bishop f8 first if you want to? I think you can. Tactically speaking, white could take, and then black recaptures and white takes. But I think since the rook can't move, white has preferred this move here, leaving it trapped. So black has to play a move, threatening to get it out, and then you take. And then black has to spend a move recapturing. So it's a nice move from Chris. Rook a1. And, I was afraid that he'd lost the game when I saw that knight c5 move from Elshon. But Chris, you so tricky, found the knight c4, knight d6 resource. And all of this worked out for him. And now he's up a pawn. Just cleanly up a pawn. And, we're getting the feeling that not many people can outcalculate Chris Yu at this point, right? I mean, he outcalculated Wesley So yesterday. So, careful when all the pieces are hanging against Chris. Do I think Elshon missed knight d6? He seems to have missed something with knight d6, yeah. And he got low on time, right? He was down to 15 minutes or so. So, yeah, he must have missed something with that knight d6 move. Yeah. Yeah, Chris, the calculative genius. That's right, he's 15. Hey, folks, when you spend like 6 hours a day on Twitch or whatever, occasionally get yourself some water, look away from the computer. Don't die in your chair like a gamer who forgot that they had a body attached to their mouse. All right, so for Moria Diabati, as the smoke clears here, is there anything good for him to do? I mean, the thing is, Chris can cover up like this, right? There's no real counterplay here. You just play this, and this will be pretty solid. The position's very plausible to convert for white. Very plausible. I guess you could try to keep this knight stuck here. Like, try and control c4 and c2. See if you can make the knight bad on a3. So queen d7, simple move, takes. This was very clever by Chris to wait for the capture on f8. Right, so now black, if black does this, the king's in line for some stray bullets on b4 or whatever, or the h7 pawn is hanging in some variation. Chose to take with the rook, taking the rook off the c file. Well, that's going to let the knight out. Who let the knight out? Elshon. Elshon. I think white wants to even just start pushing instead of fixing the knight or the rook. Like, one approach to this position is, you sort of like get the pieces out. Rook here, queen here, knight here, something like that, right? The other option is, even on these discombobulated squares, you just advance the pawn, and then depending on how black reacts, decide where your pieces go. This is definitely one of those to push or not to push moments. Absolutely right, Rook Handler. Yeah, you never buy a coffin for black in a situation like this. You're always fighting to the end if you're black. But look, Chris just got the C file. It's looking pretty good. I would say, if I were playing this game as white right now, I would think that the chances of winning were a little bit over 50%. Like, in general, if you're up a pawn, it's kind of like 50-50 win or draw in in like most chess positions and endgames, right? If you take thousands and thousands of positions that have one extra pawn, it's kind of like 50-50 whether you win or draw. But here I would say it's a little bit better than that. Black's pretty low on counterplay. White's pawn is pretty decent. So this is kind of like in that 55 to 60% chance of a win territory. Could you sack the knight for the A pawn and then win? Maybe. It's a little impractical to get the knight to A7, but in theory, if you imagine that position, you know, you might be winning in that position. You can sort of control that light squared bishop, and you've got good chances of outmaneuvering it with the knight. And I think out of all kind of endgames, by the way, folks, wow, Black just played A6. So he wants the C6 square for the queen. Oh, okay. So, I mean, the rook's on it, though, at the moment. So what's he planning here? Okay, so if takes, he's going to have queen d5, threatening mate, f3, and then queen a5, and he goes after your pawn from behind. And if you play b6, he's got the same move, actually, right? If you play b6, he's got queen d5, f3, queen a5, b7, takes, takes. Who's beating who? So that's Black's idea with a6. You can see how little Moradiabadi has given up, right? Playing this a6 move. He's just as resourceful and focused and hard-working in a position where I said he's got maybe a 40% chance to draw, as in a position that might be 30% to win, 30% to draw, 30% to lose, you know? Like, he's fighting just as hard in this position as in any other position. Okay. Okay, so you guys are talking about that a5 move by Shanklin, which does sort of show why he played king d4 instead of king f4. We'll go look at that in a second. Yeah, so White might need to just pay the f3 tax right here. Right? You're going to have to pay this move at some point. That's probably the best move. I mean, there's almost sort of no way around playing it, so just play it. E4 is an interesting thought because the person who's suggesting it, their point is that if you take with the bishop, now you can't get the queen on the other side, and now you can take or push, right? But I think overall, weakening the light squares this much is just too dangerous. So E4, I would say, is a bad move, not because it hangs a pawn, but because it leaves these white squares completely weak. Now you're always fighting for, you know, against getting back rank mated, right? Like you play B6 and Black plays this. You always have to watch out for back rank mate. You have to watch out for bishop back, queen here, and you've got no way to block robustly. So I'm pretty certain that the idea here has got to be f3 for Chris. In this position, I don't really see anything else he could be doing. Hi, Chess Acer, and welcome to the dojo. Today we're looking at Grandmaster games. On many days we look at the games of 1200s instead. Chess Acer, you'd go b6. Have you appreciated the Black's plan, Chess Acer, is to go queen d5? And then threaten checkmate, and when you stop checkmate to take the a-pawn? Had you appreciated their plan here? You would do it and then play f3. Knight c4 first here. I don't think we can play knight c4 here because we give up this pawn. This pawn's too important. Is queen e5 maybe a move? Yeah, that's a move. Sure, that's a fair candidate move. You're not really threatening rook c7 though, right? Be careful about getting ahead of yourself. Chagas, if you go rook c7 trying to take over and squish black, there's going to be back rank mate. Right? So you really have no way around playing f3. It's just, it has to be on the board at some point here. So I would say, yes, queen e5 looks interesting. Yes, b6 is an idea. But I would have almost surely played f3, even if I were calculating a lot on my own game. Chris has played here, 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 and here. Now we calculated one line that b7 fails to bishop takes b7. I'm pretty confident on that calculation, even though it was done quickly. So now Chris's next move is probably going to be knight c4. It's the only way to use that piece. Maybe, is there rook c7 as another move right here? Yeah. You could now play rook c7 if you want. But knight c4 is more likely, and it's what has just been played. Okay, so here's one really important variation with knight c4. Man, Chris, yeah, he's really turned it on when he needed to here. He thought a long time on b6, so you can be sure that he calculated some variations. Like here's the basic variation he's calculated. Takes, knight d6, threatening b7. If rook b8 to stop it, b7 anyway. And if you trade, you get back rank mated, right? Well, you can't avoid trading because your bishop's trapped. So that's variation numero uno for his whole plan of knight c4. The second point here is going to be knight d6. If the bishop comes out so it doesn't get trapped by b7, plays b7 here. And now black has no defense to rook c8. Right? And black's just lost. I mean, the variation would be this position, but there's no move for black that avoids rook c8. Or is there? Let me just double check. Here, 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 takes, here, here. And black wins. I know this didn't happen, but I just want to figure out the calculation because I'm sure Chris had a cool variation here in mind. So it's knight here, bishop here. Oh, I guess the bishop's just going to run out of squares. He can just play e4, right? Did I have this position a moment ago? And I played b7, rook c8. Just play e4 first. Oh, and there's bishop here. b7. Rook here, because the threat is knight c8. That's a nice threat. So rook b8, and then you take. And rook c8 mate if they take your b pawn. Yeah. So that's the end. So that's the calculation. Knight c4. Nice little calculation there by Chris, right? Queen b5 straight up loses to queen trades knight d6 and then tactics around b7 and the pawn's coming through. There's no stopping it. So black played queen here. And Chris has played knight e3 in response already. Going quickly. Going faster than we can keep up with, right, guys? It's classical chess, but we can't keep up. You would like to play knight a5. To do that, you'd have to play queen b4 first. And maybe rook c8 would tie you up. Yeah, so instead of improving the queen, just knight retreats, likely making way for rook c7 kind of move, but still, he kind of has to win pretty quickly with that b pawn, or the position will stabilize and be okay for black, right? He's going to have to be able to win control of b7, and as some people are saying, maybe rook c7 is going to be the main idea coming next. Man, I feel like we have to check out the Shanklin-Neiman game as well, right? Queen g5 has been played. The key Moscatel for me playing in the U.S. Open or any other tournament is not a fund, but like a live-in babysitter for a week. That's the missing piece for me playing in any particular tournament. Queen came to g5, challenging the knight. King comes up in the nice little pocket here, right? Although it's still like you can try to, poke here, poke. You can try and find the space to keep making threats perpetually. Maybe at some point white would play this. Or maybe white would just ignore you at some point like this, right? And then check knight g2, closing up the pocket, and then black can't stop b7. So you have to be sure that your threat is a perpetual check and not just a check, right? Big difference between check and perpetual check. They're at move 35. They've got 5 moves to play till they get more time at move 40. The clocks might be approximately correct. 13 minutes for Chris, 7 for Alshon. There must be a babysitter, it's true, but I need somebody, I don't know. I need somebody who wants to spend a whole week with my kids and make them meals and all that, I could find a babysitter for an hour or two if I wanted to go do something like I think this Sunday I might go listen to some live music for an hour. But if I want to play a chess tournament, it's a different ball game. If it says Hans has 0 seconds left, he probably just made move 40 time control, right? Right, like a nanny or, yeah, I mean, somebody who spends like a week, Okay, so let's go catch up on that game. This game has been too exciting to turn away from. But let's go take a look at the Shanklin game as well, shall we? So, that's down here. I have to say, Hans made this game a lot more interesting than I thought it would be when I first tuned in today. It became a very interesting, subtle endgame. So the reason Sam's king is here and not here is because he wanted to play a5, a6. Which you're about to see in a second. There he goes. Oh, Hans was planning to come all the way around and now changes his mind. That's hilarious. What made you change your mind, Hans? Why did not he go for this? This is my best guess as to what Sam would have done. Well, my best 5-second guess. If you gave me an hour, I could maybe come up with a better guess. Basically, this space is so dangerous for black. Trying to do this, right? And if the king comes this way too far to stop you, then you do this. Has she said on her stream that she's looking for full-time babysitting gigs or nannying? Does this look scary for black? I would say yes. I would say black is squeezed almost fully into a corner here by these white pawns. If you take on a6, obviously lost endgame. The king is like tied to a rope by this pawn majority over here. You would think this position would be lost for black, right? Okay, B-Pow is confirming it, so we'll say that. I need someone who can cook, clean, and offer master-level chess instruction for my kids for a week. So Seth is saying knights are bad at endgames. Knights are bad at endgames when they lack space. If the opponent has a lot of space, then the knights are on a really short leash and they become really bad. If they've got a lot of space, they can do all sorts of cool maneuvers. They don't always suck. B-Pow obviously lost endgame, but it was just sarcasm. Okay, so we don't even know if I'm right that white's winning here. It feels like black's going to lose, doesn't it? I suppose this knight should maneuver if it wants to. It would love to get to this pawn, right? That would be a defensive idea. Like here, here, and then this would be pow. That would be some real pow. So, but what I'm thinking is if the knight maneuvers here, king here, knight here, and now king here. Now the danger is if you go deal with the queen side, e6, e7, e8, right? And black needs like a good waiting move, right? Or here, here, and then back to here. Okay. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay, so hang on. So that wasn't good enough. No, so I played knight b3. That was clever. Now let's throw in this check, though, for white. We're going to try and squeeze the black king now while this knight's overperforming. If the king goes this way, then we just come down like this with our king, right? Winning. If the king comes this way, we now have to try the breakthrough. Is it going to work? Are we queening? The answer is yes, white wins, right? Because here black gets outraced. And the knight can't get to h8, right? It's got no real route there. And if the king goes this way, you just go boom, ba-boom, 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 ba-boom. They get more time at move 40. So basically, it's a 2 time control. So they've got a certain amount of time to play the first 40 moves, and then when they get to move 40, they get extra time added to play the end game. Okay, I think this is just winning. Yeah, this move here breaks black's defenses. So I think this whole position's winning. Let's go see the live position. Because somebody said they might be repeating. Not yet, I guess. Still fighting. Still fighting. Wow. If knight c6, bishop takes, pawn takes, king d8. And black's fine. White can never break through. So Sam needs to sort of Zugzwang black backwards one more step here somehow. Okay, let's go back to where we were. So Sam plays a5. The point of this is to get the pawn to a6 and then threaten breakthroughs. And he takes all the space. Comes around and defends this pawn. Gets here. Notice that black doesn't go knight f7, knight here. Why not? Because Sam could just break through in the center, I think, with the king not there. And do this. e6. This doesn't look good for white. No, that's not the problem. What's going on here? Knight f7. I guess the king's just on this pawn, so he can do anything. So, okay. So he plays king f7. Knight g5 f7 doesn't directly lose, but it's just like he does want the king centralized now. Fair enough. Knight comes around with this idea, and now the king's in place for that. And Sam doesn't take, so he can't win the pure bishop ending here. That's bad news for him. It's really bad news for Sam. Let's confirm it, though. You sacked his queen to win? It's over? Let's go back and see. Sorry, we got to check that. This is what we've been following. So we saw the position after knight e3, queen g5, king f2, queen f6, offering the queen trade. If white trades queens and plays rook c7, the move rook b8 is holding for black. I guess because the king won't be back rank mated. So he plays queen b4. a5? What? What's a5 about? Oh, Chris is preventing queen e7 with this move. No queen e7. And on rook b8, just b7. With back rank mate. Oh, Yu's just winning, period, right here. Just winning right here. So a5 to deflect the queen. Queen takes a5. Queen h6. Threatening this. We mentioned this could happen at some point, that you could even leave it hanging if you wanted to, right? Like queen a7, queen h2, knight g2. Would Chris be winning this position? Surely, right? Surely? Sorry, queen's here. But he just plays h4. It's like this queen, it's stuck in here. Not doing much. h4. f5. f4 will be major counterplay. And he's played just queen takes a8 here instead of queen a7, b7 or something like that. Oh, shoot. I didn't switch the boards right. I'm sorry. That was terrible. I wanted to show the glory of these moves on the real board. Queen a8. So after queen a8, black can resign or capture it. Black has resigned. The game is absolutely over now. But the end would have been rook here, b7. And notice this queen here. It's far from the game. We need to play a move like here. Here. And f4 for counterplay, but queen with check and collect the pawn. No counterplay. And if there's no counterplay, then in this position, black's down a knight for nothing, right? With some move like queen f6 and white queens. So, resigns. Done. Chris Yu, 2 in a row in the U.S. Championships. 15-year-old, perhaps moving into first place. Wow. Rook b8, rook c8, king f7. Sure, we'll check that trippy schnip. In this position, right, folks, you can play rook here. Rook check, and then king f7. So now white takes. And if you play f4, white does exactly the same thing as you just saw. Rook check, king takes, queens, and takes f4. Right? And if you play something like king here, white can even just collect the pawn because the queen on h6 can't stop the b pawn. Not any reasonable number of moves here. Yeah, this is a really badly placed queen. One of the worst. Yeah. So queen h6 was a bad move. Actually, that makes sense, yes. If we back it up a couple moves, for those who want to make sense of what has just been seen, you know, there's the violence. Some of us just want to see the violence. Others want to make sense of it. In a position like this, black was in trouble, and black played queen h6. And then after h4, this queen could never get back into the game. Queen here, and this sweet, sweet move from Chris, not letting the queen come back. Just evil. But let's say this for black. In this position, Chris was threatening b7. And if black plays rook b8, Chris has b7 anyway because of back rank mate. And if black plays bishop b7 in this position, Chris plays rook c7. So it's not like things were going well for black up to this point, right? Rook b8, queen d4. So here white's threat is queen d7. I don't know, black. I don't know. This was a pretty awesome game, indeed. Indeed, this was a pretty awesome game. Oh, Shanklin has traded the knights. Shanklin has traded the knights. So now it's sort of paint by numbers. We can just figure out what the evaluation is, whether he's winning or drawing. Let's go here. Neiman Shankland. And we can quickly set it up here if we want to. Okay. So in this position, to win, Shanklin needs to get black to take here. He needs black to take so he can play h6 and king here. Now, with the pawn on h4, this bishop eventually has to like make a move like this, and you can sometimes win like this. With the pawn on h5, I didn't know that there'd be any way for white to win. So let's see. King g4, king f4. Game drawn. They've had this position 3 times. So there's no way for white to break through these 2 dark squares right here. Yeah, so that game's done. Draw agreed. Any chance for Hans? Yeah, he drew it. Amazing. Amazing. So I'm being asked about the Aronian game. So we'll go look at that for a second. So here we've got knights. White's in check from a knight. Here. And then white's got a d5 pawn, right? These are gone. And we've got the rooks. Okay, so what's going on here? Aronian has an extra pawn on d5. Bizarre a4 move. Well, I have to back it up a lot for that. Where's the a4 move? He never played a4. His pawn went from a3 to b4. f4? Oh, this move here. Okay. Gotcha. Why he played f4. Okay. So first of all, Zelda Samat, what was the evaluation of this game throughout? Like what was the feeling of the game if you've been watching it? What was the general feeling on this game? Who was pressing, who was suffering, who was trying to do what, who was surviving? The general feeling of the game, Zelda Sama, right, is that white is better. Technically speaking, they've got equal material on the board the whole time, right? But white's got this passed pawn, rook on the 7th rank, rook behind it, knight versus knight and bishop. On the same side like this, these knights are at least as good as the bishop. So the knights are pretty strong. Right? So there was like a lot of pressure on black in general, right? So in this position, knight f8, d5. 7 introduces the threat of knight takes f5. Right? So he introduces the idea of knight takes f5. Essentially, there's sort of 2 major options for Levon at this point. One is to play f4 to bust up white's structure with his pawn, and the other is to like cling on to things with g6 and hold f5. In this case, by the way, folks, the live position is the one over on my board down here. This is the live position, and this is now the analysis position. Sorry about that, but that's just how it is for a second here. So g6 would be the alternative, right? And that's what we have to compare the decision around. That almost traps the knight, I notice. I mean, structurally, it's clean around the bishop. I don't think you have to fear h5 too much. Although maybe h5 and then takes... You have to take this way and fully open the 7th rank. Maybe. Right, Zelda. Sam has been pressing this game as far as we can tell, right? Surface level, it looks like Sam has been pressing the whole game and Levon defending. So, G6. Well, if you play G5, you're allowing knight F5. You can't do that. By the way, we just had another decisive result on a board I wasn't watching. A Wonder Liang came back from yesterday's loss with a win against Alexander Lenderman today. So, fair amount of blood being shed today. Also, if I look at it, Caruana Schwierz is super complicated with an exposed king and a heavy piece ending. Would not be surprised to see white win that game. That's Fabi, very likely to win. Robson Dominguez is opposite colored bishop ending, so less bloody. But okay, so G6, maybe H5, and then you're kind of, I don't know, playing a move like this, takes. Part of me wants to go like this with the other rook. Yeah, I mean, this is not like obviously bad to losing for black. It's obviously trouble. I'm not sure why he didn't play G6. I think a lot of us would play G6. What other problem could there be here other than this move? Yeah, I don't know. I guess there's not like a super clear answer. Zelda, not a super clear answer. No, I don't think anything wins here, Zelda. Not to me. Not easy or clear enough for me. Okay, but my feeling is, G6 was possible. It's not great. And F4 is also possible and maybe also not great. So, we'll see. G takes F4, knight G6. Double attack on these pawns. Rook A4 and does not take. That's a little bit... Oh, man. I don't know. No, I mean, Levon probably didn't miss this, but here's a little tactic that was going on here, right? If takes, then knight F5, hitting the bishop. Bishop here, knight D6. So, at first blush, this F4 takes knight G6 move. The knight from F8 suddenly comes in, double attack, potentially recovering the pawn that's been lost. But after rook A4, black can't take either pawn. Played rook B8 to get the rooks out of knight D6. So now H5 was played, and he traded the knight. And that's now the live position over here. Now we'll switch to analysis on our actual analysis board. Takes. We're here. Sedyan's time running. So Sedyan is up a pawn for sure. It looks pretty strong. His extra pawn, the position of the knight. Could he start just pushing that pawn? Could he get it to D7 now? If he does, he's giving up the H5 pawn and he's giving up this F5 square for the knight. But, I mean, at some point to win the game, you have to push the pawn. That's for sure. I mean, there's no way around that. Maybe it's better to have your king on G4 before you do it, though, right? Like, why not have your pawn defended? Oh, because of this. Can we get everything we want or not? Yeah, I mean, you could probably... It's his move here, right? You could probably go king F3, play knight F5, tempo the bishop, play the king here, and then bring the knight back here if you want it there, or elsewhere if you want it elsewhere, without dropping any material. So you could probably try to improve the king to G4 first before pushing. Other big idea would be to put a rook on the 7th rank here. with ideas of going after f7. You could even go rook c1, c7 at some point. Forget about using this pawn. Just go for huge activity here. Knight f5 can join an attack at some point. So that would be another idea, to go to the 7th. And black can defend themselves by offering rook trades, I imagine. But if you traded all the rooks, this endgame would be lost. So that's something to keep in mind. I'm not 100% sure on that. I said that so confidently. I should double check that before saying it. Okay, he's played knight f5 in the game. Bishop f6 is where it has to go. Let me double check the scenario where all the rooks come off the board, right? Like, just imagine this for a second. And imagine the black king can, like, get to d7, so the pawn's not queening. The king's here, this king comes here. Can white win this? Yeah, I'm going to stand by my 1 second guess, and my 10-second guess is going to be the same. White's winning in a pure minor piece endgame. Basically, the plan involves putting this knight on e5 at some point. There's some details to it, but also, if you brought your king around here, you could play d6 and then king d5 and then bring the knight to e5. That's really crushing too. So the ideal number of rooks for black might be 1. Semyon thinking quite a bit again. So if white went for a plan like rook a7, rook c1, rook c7, trying to go for activity with the rooks, right? Black needs to trade 1 rook to stop white from being able to build up attacking potential, but not trade the last rook. And somebody in chat saying white probably Ludwig is saying white probably wants to trade at least 1 rook. And that may be true. So maybe rook a7 would be a way of sort of getting black to trade rooks with you, right? Like, you threaten to double on the opponent's 7th rank, and then they sort of have to trade rooks with you. Sometimes people try and trade rooks like this, folks, right? They'll go like, let me, go like, rook c4, knight d6, rook here. Like, you start chasing their rook, right? And it goes somewhere else, and you, like, chase their rook. Have you seen people try and trade pieces like that when they're in a position where, like, they want to trade? But that's generally not an effective way to trade pieces, to chase around the piece you want to trade, right? Generally, a more effective way to trade pieces if you want to trade is to put your pieces into positions that are so good that they make threats and your opponent has to sort of block/oppose your pieces and trade with them. So like going rook a7, going a plan to attack f7, right? Rook a7 with the ideas of like knight d6 and rook c1, c7. If we go after that, that may get us the trade that we want. Rook a3 has just been played, though, and I have no idea what that's about. No clue. Call me Mr. Kainaide. Rook a3. What's he on? It's a big mystery. It's a big mystery. Double behind the d-pawn. Since he had been on a4 where he couldn't go, then it could make sense to go here. It's going to be hard to queen with all these pieces on the board at the moment. They say, like, rooks behind passed pawns are good. But, like, if you just sit 2 rooks behind a passed pawn and your opponent, like, blockades it, you can't actually get past it, right? So whenever you've got a pawn that gets blockaded, you usually have to sort of go around to, the squares defended by the pawn in order to make breakthroughs of the potential blockaded squares. So you know, you would think that having a rook on the c file would be pretty good. Having a rook on the 7th could be pretty good. Normally, you don't just double 2 rooks behind a pawn that you're not even advancing, right? Right now, the reason you're not advancing is that the knight's hanging. But other than that, you know, last move the knight was here, and there was nothing stopping the pawn from getting at least to d7, right? And white played knight f5 here and then back. So that's a little bit mysterious. Yeah. I'm gonna come with you. I'm gonna trade off with Kostya right now, and then I'll come down. All right, folks. So we're gonna pass the baton again here in the relay on this round here. I'm gonna turn the broadcast over to Kostya Kavutskiy. Don't worry about me leaving, Great Wolf. You'll be in good hands. You love Kostya too. And I'm gonna go pick up my kids. Thanks, Exquisite. It's really it's nice to get a couple messages like that every day. Really nice. Yeah, Kostya's gonna take over, and Kostya has a real board. So if you want a real board, just tell him, just ask him for it. Yeah, if the plan is Rook G3, that's a real confusing plan, right? The pawn is pretty well anchored. But in any case, yeah, Kostya's gonna take over. So stick around. He'll finish out the end games here. You may, when I stop the broadcast, you may need to refresh the twitch.tv/ChessDojoLive. You may need to refresh it for a second to see Kostya, to see his broadcast. Sometimes it doesn't come up automatically if you're just sitting on the page. So yeah, thanks everybody. I'm glad you like my old beater, the chessboard here. My first USCF tournament board from when I was 12 years old and started playing in tournaments. I've been using this thing forever, and it's hard to find a better chessboard. All right. I'll see you all again soon. I'll be doing viewer sparring Sunday morning before the U.S. Championship round, before round 5. But Kostya will finish off for today, and he'll also be doing the U.S. Championship round 4 tomorrow, when I will be spending Saturday with my kiddos. All right. Have a great one, everybody. And let's hope we get 1 or 2 more decisive results here out of these endgames, right? Rooting for Caruana and Sevian to convert these endgames. Cheers.
Alrighty, welcome back, folks. Welcome back to the U.S. Championships. I'm Kostya. If you don't know me, I was on earlier. How's it going? How long have you guys been watching? How many hosts have you survived? First it was me, then it was David, now it's me again. Who knows? Who knows what's next? All right, let's see what's happening here. What's going on? So Christopher, you won his game, huh, against Elshon? Beautiful finish, by the way. Queen takes a8. Rook takes b7. Fantastic. And a Wonder Liang beats Alexander Lennerman. Nice win for a Wonder. Bouncing back. Well, let's see. So we have Sevian against Aronian. Very interesting endgame, yeah. Levon down a pawn, trying to defend. And looks like Caruana seems to be putting Dara under some pressure. And Dominguez Robson. Very tense Berlin fight. Okay, you guys, let me know. Where should we start? You guys were looking at the Levon game just now, right? So let's start with this one, and then we can take a look at the live games left in the women's section as well. Okay, let me get this other scene going here. Let's take a look at this one. There we go. is round 3. So yeah, I'm curious how we got here. I mean, when I left off, they were they were all the way back here. So they traded bishops. I told you guys it's gonna be a long game. White put the knight on e3, queen d1. Queen's got traded. White got b5 in. b5 is a big break. And black played rook c8. Takes, takes. Takes, takes. Well, seems like... Wow, hard to imagine black having problems here, but f5. He takes this one. Knight takes d5. Very interesting. I mean, he didn't have to take on f5, right? I don't know if you guys were analyzing at this point, but... Curious why black felt this was necessary. But anyway, he takes, knight takes, bishop g5. The game continues. And he goes f4. Gives the pawn. h5. And h4 takes, takes. And now somehow we ended up in this position. And black is pawn down. And it's like knight versus bishop. You know, everything's on one side of the board. Really interesting. I mean, it looks unpleasant for black. I don't know how unpleasant. It's at least a little bit unpleasant. I would say decent winning chances. Yeah, for sure. But I don't know. I'm not that optimistic for white here. So let's see. Like bishop d6, for example, could be played, just hitting the pawn. And then if king f3, rook b4, white also has some questions to answer, right? Maybe a rook d4 there, trading off a pair of rooks. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't feel like I have a lot of winning chances here myself, wielding this position. But Sevian might. Sevian's really good. So it'll be interesting to see how he handles this, because to me it feels tough to convert this. I think it's gonna take some time still, but who knows? He might be able to do it. Oh, Tadev, sounds like Tadev won against Jennifer Yu. Oh, that's a big result. Okay, so bishop d6. Yeah, we predicted this one. And my guess is we'll see either king f3 or rook d4 here. But rook d4 allows bishop c5, and then back to d6. I don't know. I'm thinking Levon saves this. The question in the chat, has Levon been off form lately? Yeah, you know, in his own words, he hasn't been doing well the last couple months. I know he was like sick at the Olympiad, but even events outside of that, he was lamenting he hasn't been in the best form. So, that's that. But nevertheless, an off form Levon is still an incredibly strong super grandmaster who just like, you know, like you can like dream moves that are stronger than, you know, any of us can come up with. Yeah, so the guy is still just an absolute powerhouse. but maybe not at his very, very, very best. But yeah, tough endgame to handle. It's very important to think about like what exactly White wants to trade off here. And I was wondering if we somehow trade the knight for the bishop, like what's going on in that rook endgame. And that one, yeah, feels like really drawish to me, just because White's pawns are so weak, and Black will always have counterplay against White's king side. So King F3, King H7 played, which is very interesting. So Levon is not even looking to play Rook B4 here. I guess he maybe wasn't interested in trading rooks, is my guess. He just wants to, which kind of makes sense. Like, you keep this rook kind of blockading the pawn, and then this rook is free to kind of tag White, especially if they can ever break to the back rank, start harassing this h-pawn. So this rook can be very pesky and create counterplay. So, okay. Sevian, though, extra pawn. Certainly some winning chances. Let's see what else we have. Caruana game. Oh, sorry, Pumpkin, you had a suggestion. Let's see. So, yeah, if knight f5. Question is whether Black is really worried about this trade or not. Let's say Black goes g6, for example. And then, I don't know, White takes, Rook takes. And now what's White going to do on the king side? I'm not sure. But if takes, maybe Black takes with the king, maybe with the pawn. Let's say with the king. And then Black has this counterplay with the h-pawn. Yeah, can we really say White's extra pawn here is that meaningful? To me, it doesn't look like White would have good winning chances. Still, maybe some winning chances, but I definitely would rather be White with the extra pawn. But this feels, to me, this would be closer to a draw than anything else, I think. But that's just, I've been thinking about the position for like 2 seconds, so it's like, that's just what this is my 2-second thought, right? Now maybe my 2-second thought is still valuable, but I'm just saying, I don't know. But we do see Sevian going Rook C1. Okay, we can use the logical reasoning, right? If knight f5 was a good move, maybe, he probably would have played it, so looks like he goes for Rook C1. We can kind of understand this, like trying to just put a little bit more pressure. Rook C6, and then maybe Knight C4, and that's one way of actually breaking the blockade. So that actually this is looking very dangerous now for Black, if White can get this. It's like Rook C6, bringing the Knight to C4, then Bishop is under attack. Bishop will have to go somewhere, Bishop B8 or Bishop F8. And then White can push D6, D7. No, I could see, now I could really start to see how Black loses this. Before this move, I wasn't really getting like how Sevian's gonna break through. Now I'm starting to understand. Oh, yeah, this is a problem for Black. Now he could go Rook B6 maybe, or you can consider it, but that doesn't really stop Rook C6, and it might be a strong move anyway. But he does go Bishop C5, so that does stop Rook C6. You can't play that. It would be very awkward if he tried to. I don't even know what would happen. I think Levon would be like, "What? Like, what are you doing?" And then, but it'd be interesting if Sevian just just plays Rook C6, writes it down. I don't know. It'd be very weird. He'd probably have to get the arbiter to say something like, "He just played Rook C6." Arbiter would look at Sevian. Yeah, probably it's not worth the trouble. So, anyways, Rook C6 not happening. Bishop C5. And now, how is White going to try to improve the position? Now Knight f5 makes sense, because then White could maybe be threatening to play d6. But Sevian goes Knight g4. He's down to 12 minutes. I don't think they're getting another 30 minutes at this point. And so he's just down to the increment now in the 12 minutes. So he's playing this pretty quickly. He goes Knight g4. Can only assume his idea is to put the knight on e5. And yeah, and to me, this is like this is the kind of move where you're hoping your opponent plays f6, because then you can say you provoked a nice weakness, and indeed I think that would be. And then maybe the knight can at some point come back to e3. Not right away though. It should be noted, black was threatening to take on e3, take on d5, right? So that's why a move like rook c3, you know, for example, just leads nowhere, because black just immediately equalizes the material. So knight g4, avoiding black's threat. I do wonder why he didn't go knight f5. My guess is maybe g6 again may have been an issue, and he didn't want to allow black to trade these pawns off so easily. And then it's like, yeah, where does the knight go? Because the knight is kind of dominated by the bishop. c5. So knight g4 is kind of avoiding that. Now if g6, then black, you know, white can play like rook h1 or take rook h1. Then black certainly isn't out of the woods yet. So still some play here. Yeah, if the knight gets to e5, then it's really awkward, because as soon as black plays f6, the knight can swoop into g6, and there's like always mating ideas. So black certainly has to be careful about that. But yeah, I think he's just looking to provoke f6, and then he can try to you know, maybe bring this rook over, maybe rook e1, try to get in, rook a1, rook a6, you know, just trying to kind of penetrate somewhere with the rook would be the idea there for white. Or maybe kind of a slow plan, you simply put the rooks on d1. Let's say black does go f6. This will be last line, rook d1. And I don't know, black continues to shuffle. And then, you know, maybe white tries to bring the knight over to f4 or d4 and e6. You know, let's say white goes like, okay, we'll just be super cooperative for black, but we will try to trade off the knight if we can. Okay, but let's say white plays here, knight g3, and then, okay, black doesn't want to take and fix the structure, right, because it's just an extra pawn, and then knight e2, and then it's like the knight is now threatening to come into to e6. So this could be difficult, right? And then you go rook c1, bishop c5, knight f4, and yeah, this starts to get real painful. Yeah, as soon as, like, you know, the opponent's pieces start to look like a piece of art, it's just like aesthetically, like geometrically so beautiful, like the representation that your opponent's like, that's when you know, like, you're really strategically busted. Like as soon as it's just like visually apparent, that's when you really know. So yeah, not bad from Sevian. So bishop d6 played. And on 95, at this point, he can still take and then take on d5. So 95 is not immediately possible, but it will be interesting to see if he takes the chance to bring his rook, because now he can play rook c6, knight e3, and look to break this blockade again. Definitely feels like progress here for white. Okay, I'm gonna keep an eye on the other games to see if anything is super interesting. I do want to look at the Caruana game. So let's look here, because this game is, I mean, this is going to be a very sharp game. Caruana has a lot more time, 31 minutes versus 3. Is a big deal, especially, you know, you're like the higher rated player, you're playing white, got more time. It's psychologically, it's, you know, black is under heavy pressure, but Daro, he's like a time trouble addict, you know. I mean, he's bad. Like, he's really not bad, but like he's really like it's like he gets into time trouble a lot. So he's kind of used to it. Yeah, he's kind of used to it. But let's take, I mean, what is happening here? Black is up a pawn, and his position looks active, but the issue is like the king is so weak that I'm honestly not sure who's not totally sure who's better, but I have a feeling that white is better here. Maybe even clearly better, just because the king is so weak. And as soon as white's pieces get in, yeah, like queen takes c7 is possible. it's like black is just going to get mated. I mean, on the last move, so black just played rook takes d3. I don't think black could have played this one, because then I think white just takes on e5. And as soon as the queen and rook open up against the king, it's just lights out. It's just mate. It's just always leading to mate. Let's say here we have like this one, and probably missing a couple different, maybe a million different mates here, but I think this is good enough. And then if here there's this, and if here there's this, and then here, right? Or this one. So it's just like the king just doesn't survive. So that's why my initial feeling is that white is better here, and we do have queen takes c7 on the board. So yeah, black wants to keep this one defended so that white's queen isn't able to get in front of the king. Like if the queen gets anywhere like f6, g5, it's going to be very, very dangerous, right? So black is trying to avoid that, but he does go rook takes d3, which I guess he felt like he had nothing else to do. I don't know, maybe a move like b6 or something, but it's hard. I'm not sure. I mean, really tough position. So takes, white takes here, equalizing the pawns for the moment. But white always has this threat kind of hanging over black. G takes f4. Which kind of opens up white's king as well, but the king will hide on h1, and it's not so easy for black to... Actually, I should be careful here. There is queen takes f2. So it's not easy for either player here. Maybe this is one of black's ideas, is try to play rook f3 and go after this one. Queen takes here. Yeah, now I'm not sure exactly. Like this one, okay, definitely it's a pawn white could take, but question is, how do we take it exactly? Let's say black plays some move like f3. f3 might be committal move, right? But if white takes now, then we will have problems here on the back rank. So we can't do this one. Or if rook takes c5. Yeah, so after queen takes c7, this is definitely an option. But let's say even if black doesn't do this one, let's say black plays... okay, rook f3 is another move that maybe white has to respond to. Let's say black plays b5, just for argument's sake. If white takes this one and goes for the rook endgame, I don't know. I think it's might be kind of unclear. Maybe f3 here first to start, forcing white to deal with this threat, and then black can play like rook d2 and take this one. Feels like black has counterplay. I'm not sure white's winning chances here. But if white takes with the rook and decides to play for mate, then the issue is that black also has some checks. So you would have to calculate this out as white and make sure that the opponent doesn't have any kind of serious counterplay. Because actually there's rook d1, there's also queen b1 as an option, and then f3, and you better be really sure as white, like you're not walking into your own mate, for example. Right, so a lot of times the king does walk up the board and everything is fine, and white wins brilliantly, but you never know, right? You just really want to be sure. Although here it does look like we... I would be kind of optimistic here as white. So that's kind of, I would imagine, what the players might be at least trying to think about. Of course, they don't have a lot of time. Black played FG, HG, and queen c3. And yeah, especially in this position, like as the side with the safer king and more time, it's a position that screams like you keep the queens on the board. I think it's a big concession for white to trade queens, even if he wins a pawn. So for example here, I would be very, very surprised if we see queen takes c3 and then rook takes e5. I would be very, very surprised. Rook c4, no good. We're hanging the rook, but maybe like queen f7 to me feels very tempting, just bringing the queen over. We do have to watch out. There is a rook takes g3 in the position. That's pretty scary. So I think this is the main thing that Fabi's probably looking at. Like making sure that rook takes g3 is not going to lead to an instant perpetual. Or worse, mate, right? So actually, hold on. I take back what I said about queen takes c3. Because if it turns out that he has no way of dealing with this one, then we might see Fabi go for the rook endgame and try to win, like with an extra pawn. Although I'm not totally sure, like how good white's winning chances are here, because black will get this, and let's say white gives check, gives this check, takes this one, black takes this one. These two pawns can get traded off, but the resulting f and g versus h, I mean, it's a theoretical draw. It's still playable. I think Fabi will play it out and try to win, but if they got something like this, I mean, objectively, black, I believe, is holding. So queen c3. So I don't think he necessarily wants the endgame, but the issue is, on queen f7, can black take on g3? I think he would like to make sure that he's not walking into some kind of perpetual. Queen b7 would be like really risky, right? Because then black takes here, and then takes, and then here just looks like white's king just gets mated. Because you get the cold shower move, rook g8 at the end, and then it's resign time, right? Or if the king goes this way, then queen h3, and okay, black has a perpetual if he wants, but I think this is going to be the classic mate. So that's what Fabi's thinking about right now. This is a very interesting position because these are really sharp. So he's wondering if there's a way you can deal with this one. By the way, he can also consider maybe taking in rook a4. That to me looks very human as well, because here white picks up an extra pawn, and it kind of feels like the position's still playable. It's not like all the pawns are getting traded off. And then black is still left with some weaknesses. So I don't exactly see how 100% black would get enough counterplay here to equalize. So this actually could be an option. This feels at least playable for white, right? Okay, so, but again, the critical move I think is queen f7, trying to keep queens on the board. So let's look at this one. So if queen f7 takes, king f1, I don't know, I kind of discarded because like queen d3 check looked funky. I guess you could go rook e2 and say all the checks are covered, but it's risky, right? Let's look at this line. So here, takes, king f1, check here, and then let's say black just backs it up. And now it's like white is just so passive, and it's not even clear that white's king is any safer, right? It doesn't even feel like it is. Black has a mate threat already. This looks super double-edged. In fact, if I'm white, I think I'm already hoping to make sure that I don't lose. Well, queen f6, sure, but rook g7, right? And we still have issues to deal with. So I mainly think this is just super unclear and not what white wants. Like if this is the choice, or the extremely comfy rook endgame with rook a4, I think Fabi's going rook a4, right? Like in a heartbeat, right? But let's see. So queen f7, if takes, then, well, I don't think there was actually a clear draw here for black after king f1. It just doesn't look fun because our king has to go for a walk. But I mean, the nice thing about queen f7 is that it's very active and it's stopping black from activating their own rook, right? So I'm not actually clear that black has a way here. I mean, white has a lot of rooks. You know, to me it looks like white should be just like winning. Let's say check. I mean, the king just starts running, and I don't see a good way for the rook to get in, right? Check. Now we can start blocking, and once we start blocking, it's time to start resigning. Oh, wait, sorry. It's time to, hold on. This rook is, well, this would be a very funny perpetual if white had to go here, and then black gives this check. It's this one. Because you don't want to go to the d file because then black's rook gets involved. So this is like kind of tough to... This is not easy to calculate. This, I mean, I think this is why Fabi is spending time, right? Because he had like 30 minutes when he started this move, because this is really not trivial. But it kind of all feels forced. So what I'm thinking is that if he ends up going for this, then it's because he couldn't make the lines work after queen f7. That's just my feeling on the situation. Now you don't really see another move for white, because anything else, it's like then black is getting the rook in, and I think you just discard this right away as soon as you see that, like, you have this kind of thing. I mean, I don't know, but let's see. Isn't the rook a4 safer? Well, yeah, at this point, well, based on what we've analyzed so far, yeah, I mean, I would think rook a4 is much safer try. Much safer, based on what we've seen. But we're not Fabiano. So maybe he's seeing, or maybe he'll find something here. Like, for example, I don't know. But let's look. Like, check. Earlier we were saying this one. I don't know, yeah, it feels like at some point we just kind of have to run. So yeah, let's go here. Let's try this. Let's try... And even this a-pawn, look, this a-pawn's like driving me crazy. I was thinking this, let's say here, but then check. And then wherever the king goes, like the queen is getting in. It's just like... So this is the kind of thing, yeah, it just makes you not want to choose this. Amazing, this a-pawn. But let's say we try to run this way. Rook d8. There's no fancy move. So here, this would be the try. This would be what you would be calculating, because I just don't see other moves for white. Queen c2. King b5, queen c6 looks quite suspicious. So let's go king b4. Black still has queen d2. It's like only move. We don't want to go to the e file, because then there's like rook a8. But I don't know, king takes a3, rook a8, rook a4. It might be a consideration, because we always have this mate. So for example, like take, check, here. And then if black takes, and it's like, oh, I won your rook back, well, there's still this, right? So that's a problem. So this maybe, I mean, I think players of this level, they do go down this far. You know, there was a question earlier we were talking about, like, oh, how deep do these guys analyze their lines, right, in the opening? And the answer is like pretty far. It's like also how deep do these guys calculate when they're in these like critical positions? Sometimes they do go this deep, because like if it's all forced and they find the path to the king, like a puzzle, they just find the path, then they're done. But looks like he did take on c3. Yeah. So he spent 10 minutes on the move. And I can tell you, you know, I think he was really wanting it, but we didn't see anything that was looking promising there. It just looked like black had so many checks. How deep can they prep? Yeah, pretty deep, pretty deep. So he does go for the endgame, and look at this. He goes rook 1 e2. Wow. So this is like beyond prophylactic. Why didn't you go rook a4? John Bartholomew, thank you for the raid. Welcome everybody. Welcome. Hello, hello. We're just watching the end games here at the U.S. Championships. We were looking at this Fabiano position for like the past 10 minutes. He just traded queens, and he was thinking about it. It's actually a classic case where you either trade queens and you go for the safe rook endgame, or you keep the queens on the board, which you kind of want to do, right? Because the king feels very exposed for black. But the issue we were just analyzing is rook takes g3. And yeah, we couldn't find a way out for white here. And I think this is what Caruana was calculating as well, because it looks like the key line. And then hitting this rook, and then if king e3, queen g3 check, hitting this rook. And so if you keep defending the rook, then it's like a weird repetition. But then if you step onto the d file, then the rook gets involved, and it's just crazy. So after all that, he took on c3 in his opponent's time trouble, going for the rook endgame. And now he comes up with a quick rook 1 e2. So he didn't go for rook a4. I mean, based on the move he played, I'm guessing he was worried about some kind of counterplay, like rook c2 takes rook f8, something like this. And he still has rook f1 here, but maybe he just didn't want to be super passive. And I can kind of understand, actually, yeah, because it's going to be really hard for white to make progress here. And black is active. You can go for like some e4, e3. It's like both rooks are now just like tied down. I go like rook f7, just like defend this one. And yeah, I can see how it's hard for white to make progress. So rook 1 e2. And I think this is kind of almost like a time trouble play. He's just like keeping the pressure. He's not allowing black to make like obvious moves like rook c2. It's kind of unpleasant because now black has to figure out, okay, what to do. So he gives check, king g2, rook b1. And now this endgame is live, so he's, I guess, looking for rook b2 here. Whoa, very interesting. So what's happening here? If white goes rook a4, rook b2, you can go king f1 defending the rook, right? And then he's ready to take this pawn. Now he doesn't want to take on e5 because then black will trade and then go rook b2, rook takes a2, and if black can take on a2 here, I think black is safe, even if he ends up down one pawn on the king side. But rook a4 now definitely looks annoying. Rook b2, king f1. King f3 might also be fine. You know, like if rook f8 check, king e3. Maybe king f3 is even better because your king is not kind of shuffling on the back rank anymore, and you kind of want to use the king. I don't know. I was just thinking at least king f1, but king f3, yeah, e4. You know, you could. No, I don't think you take, but you go king e3. Just keep the rook defended. Curious what Fabi does here. Let's see real quick. Dominguez Robson. Dominguez here still pushing, but feels very, very drawish. The opposite color bishops, no rooks. Now black's king just needs to get to like d7, e6, and I feel like it's very safe. This looks like a good move. So this one feeling very, very drawish. I think you would just have to be an endgame magician to win this one, which, you know, could happen. And then we have Sevian Aronian. Not much progress here from Sevian, but the time is starting to tick down, so this one might heat up soon. So right now this Caruana game is very interesting, because I'd be really impressed if he's able to convert this one, because he doesn't have an extra pawn yet, but he's clearly better, and he has some pressure here. Yeah, in-game magic. Oh, Sophie's in trouble. That's not good. Hold on, I have her game here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I remember seeing this one earlier in the day, and I was saying, like, ugh, it just looks like a difficult French. And I don't know, it just feels like... So knight c6 play, knight c1, knight a5. White traded off the knights. Keeps the c5 square under control. Yeah, it just feels like a big problem for black. Got the extra pawn. And, okay, starts to push on the king side. Forced the queen trade. Now we're in this endgame, and yeah, this is like a very bad scenario here. The b pawn, of course, is very strong, and white just has what you can call like a crystal, just like a crystallized formation. Pawn on d4, bishop can't touch it, defending the pawn on e5, defending the knight, just defending the pawn, and then white's king is ready to come in. So black kind of needs to... Maybe not, actually. I was thinking maybe needs to play g5, but maybe doesn't need to, because if the king starts walking in, then of course the g pawn is always going to be latched onto. Still some work to do for white to win this one, but I feel like it should be winning. Yeah, it's just like positionally an overwhelming advantage. Okay, so for example, let's say black sits. I think even this would work. Let's say here. Say black keeps sitting. Let's say we push. And then we do something like this. Check. And take. Right, and then this pawn I think is enough to win the game, and also white is just already winning this one. So that's just immediately game over. So let's say instead black goes g6. Then I think the knight is just maneuvering in time. Even this move. You know, takes b7. Right, black can go after the pawn, but if white is winning this one, it's not over, but it's a problem. Let's say take here, here. Yeah, I think just really good winning chances. Just the knight starts moving around, e6, king e5, and white just walks in. So yeah, not looking good for Sophie. Oh, question. Would the knight be better on d4 than on c5? Let's see. Oh, you mean here? I don't know. I mean, I think there's different ways to play it. At this point, maybe, I mean, probably was trying to keep this one defended. So, to me, this looks quite reasonable, but you could also do something like maybe knight d4 here. I think the issue is maybe this a4 pawn. So I don't know. I think this is maybe what happened. The pawn is hanging. White doesn't want to go a5 for whatever reason. Maybe bishop b5 or something. So she goes queen d4 to kind of set up knight c5, and then from there, yeah, the knight was just going to c5. I think that's what happened. Yeah, by the way, the game review, I mean, we actually haven't done the 100K lesson thing in like a while. It's been like over a year since we've done that. So yeah, I don't think that's available anymore. Okay, I think bishop a6 looks like was played. But yeah, now I think white can either start walking in with the king or push b7. Let's say king f4 first, and then b7, 98, just winning this one, and then winning with the g pawn. So looking very good here for Ru Yang. Let's see other games. Oh, so this was Tada's game. I actually didn't see this one. Let's take a look. So we had an Italian game with e takes d5, and white went for his kingside attack. Yeah, I feel like Tadev has played a lot of these positions. It's quite comfortable. Very nice. Rook takes e5, leaving this one hanging because the rook is hanging. Knight f6. Queen e2. Takes. Just rook e1. I thought maybe c4 was going to just rook e1. e5 takes. Oh, yeah. I mean, this is just brutal for black because they're on a7. First keeps the queens on. And she's still a piece down here, but it's, yeah, very, very dangerous attack because it's knight on g7. It's just so awkward. That was it. Dang. So takes, queen f4, check, back, check, bishop c4. Yeah, excellent game. Ended right before the time control, too. Yeah, knight h4, typical plan, actually, in these positions. White wants to bring the knight to f5. White also opens up the queen to activate towards the king side. So either queen g4 or in this case queen h5 because g4 square was covered. So typical attacking maneuver. Classic e4 e5 middle game idea here. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what else is going on in the U.S. Women's Championship. Switch to our window view. Okay, so we can see Ru Yang she's already cleaned up the king side, so this is pretty much game over. So other than this one, actually, Tadev, the only winner today. A lot of draws in the women's section. And let's see, Begum. This is actually a very interesting endgame. White is a pawn up and has two passed pawns, but it feels like black has excellent blockading chances here. Even without this each pawn. Feels like black could put the bishop on f3 and hold it. But with the h-pawn, maybe it's just as good. Who knows? Even safer. Let's think about this one for a bit. Can white actually win here? Okay, there is a Zugzwang. There is a Zugzwang alert. So I don't know if white's winning, but black can definitely lose this, right? Like, for example, if you just shuffle, then hello. Here. Guess still back here. Wait, hold on, actually. I think we had the Zugzwang. Let's say here. We played this one. Played this one. say we just do something like... Oh, wait. I don't want to give up this pawn. We can go e5. Let's say something like... Yeah, I don't... This is looking super dangerous, right? Just pushing this. I don't even know if we need a Zugzwang here. It's just like... This might just be... No, it's still not over. Get something like this. No, it's over. Yeah, no, it's busted. No, I think it's winning. I think it's winning, folks. I think the king is just coming in. Okay, she played bishop f4. Not exactly sure why, but maybe she just doesn't want the bishop hanging so she can push the pawn to c7. But that actually looked very clean. I don't know if I missed something, but that looked like a very clean winning plan. Just e5. And then you just walk the king in. And you push c6. Maybe on e5. Well, actually, I was thinking like bring the king in first, but something like this. Maybe on e5, black goes here. It doesn't allow it. Maybe that's the issue. Something like this. So this is, yeah, where you can imagine white having a hard time. Okay, that makes sense. So not so easy. So bishop f4, king e7 played. Yeah, this will be really, really tough. It'll be really hard for black to push this one because you're not really getting enough counterplay. White's bishop will be able to stop the pawn. Okay, so we've got this endgame, and then we have this one. But this one I think we can pretty much call because it's just like, yeah, you just never save this as black. I think this is already kind of resignable. It's just very easy for white. You just walk everything forward essentially. So tough game for Sophie, but it's a long tournament, 10 more rounds, so she could literally play badly next round and then she still has like a full 9-round tournament ahead of her. So a lot of rounds left to bounce back. And then we have this endgame, which I think is still, we'll see. I'm honestly not sure what's going to happen here, and not sure about the objective evaluation. Now I'm thinking it's closer to a draw, but yeah, I do think it's closer to a draw, definitely, with this setup, like bishop d7, bishop c6. This seems very, very tough to crack, actually. But okay, Begum is definitely going to keep trying. Let's go back to the open. And let's see, Sevian, hasn't really made a ton of progress yet. But let's go to Fabi, because we have a lot of changes here. Oh boy. Okay, this is a pretty critical game because Fabi hasn't won a game yet, right? So he's looking for his first win. So rook b1. Oh, he played f4. F4. I was thinking rook a4, but he goes f4. There's no more time. Yeah, once you get more time, move 40 bonus time. That's it. You're done. Rook b2. So it takes on e5. So he gets the extra pawn like this. He goes f4. And he just holds the rook on e2 and then just takes this one. So rook b2 takes, king g7, rook f2. Rook g4 check, e6. Neither side wanting to trade. Of course, white never wants to trade and allow black to take and promote. And black doesn't want to trade and give up the pressure. But now black could maybe think about trading and taking this one. But the problem is the e-pawn is way too strong. So king e1, let's say, take, push. Black can give some checks, but as long as white's king is not on the e file, so there's no kind of like rook a1 trickery or anything like that. Yeah, this one white wins. So rook f8. This has to be winning. No, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. It's starting to look good. I mean, extra pawn. Black goes rook f8. Tricky move. But rook f4. Very tricky move. Rook f8, by the way. It's not a move you want to see if you're in time trouble. But Fabi still has like 10 minutes. Again, if it takes, then AB and black wins. So rook f4. But takes, G takes f4. King g7. Now white has two connected passers. But the issue is that they're going to be blockaded. And also, after f5, king f6, well, white is going to have to figure out a way to make progress here. Because, like, what can he do? Because black isn't taking on f2. If black takes on f2 at any moment, and he's just done. He's just lost. These pawns, these pawns speak for themselves, and then this h pawn is going to get gobbled up. So black cannot take. But the problem is, what can white do? I guess one thing he can try is he can try to snail over to the rook. Like this. Like king f1. But black is going to run the h pawn, right? So he can try something like this. But white is just never in time here. Right? Without this h pawn, then, okay, white does this and white wins. But with the h pawn, I mean, you just can't. White would lose here. So that's not an option. If you do it on the third row, same thing. Just black goes h5 and white's not in time here. Let's say here, here, and it's game over. So, I'm curious if Fabi actually has something. I mean, he might have like not. It's possible he overlooked rook f8. I mean, that's not like an obvious move. Rook f2. Here. e6. Rook f8, and now he plays here. Or maybe he saw it coming, but he just felt like he didn't have another option. Because if not e6, I mean, black is about to play rook c2 and just get a ton of counter. Like, maybe he could have done this. But then here. Then e6, maybe this would have been better, actually. I don't know. Okay, but even this actually is unclear. Because takes, king g6. I mean, black is picking up this pawn. And, yeah, I think black is okay here. I don't know, very, very complicated stuff. But anyway, we're here. b5. He plays b5. Why not h5? I mean, I guess he wants to take this square, but here comes the snail. Here comes the snail. And right now, he's not threatening e7, because then black trades, takes on e7, and then black wins. So black plays here, e7, takes, black wins with the outside pass pawn. So rook e2, he could go b4, he could go h5. Maybe h5 he wants like rook g2 and then rook g6 check. This is one possible explanation for why he's not going h5, because he wants to keep the pawn. I'm not sure. Of course, black still can't take, and then if h4, let's say check, this could get very dangerous for black, because now white is super active. Yeah, like for example here, f6. Here I can see white winning. He's just ready to go here, here, and it's mate. This might be the reason, actually. h5, if h5 here, then rook g2. And black can never take here because e7. So let's see what's happening. b5, rook e2, king e7, rook e1 played. Oh, that's the cold shower move. Oh, I gotta see the broadcast. What's happening? I think that clinches it. I think that clinches it. They probably already know. They're probably watching with the eval bar. They probably already knew it was winning, but we didn't know. We didn't know. It wasn't clear to us. Wasn't clear to us. Yeah, now f6. This is the idea. Yeah, I wasn't quite seeing. This is killer. So rook takes a2 played, but now f6 takes e7. And it's I think it's game over. I think it's game over. The pawns are just promoting. This was a very nice. I didn't realize this was the idea. So the plan was to get the rook over to e2, and then rook e1, and then the pawns are just. Yeah, that's very nice because it's too slow for black to take on a2. Like you don't want to give up the pawn, but rook a2, rook b2, e2, rook b1. Too many moves. f6. Oh, beautiful. Very instructive. Very instructive rook endgame. And he resigned. I just saw it on the camera. Game over. Game over. King e8, e7. Takes push. Time control is 40 moves in 90 minutes, and then you get 30 minutes extra after that, and then 30-second increment throughout. So GG Fabi, he wins his first game of the tournament, and I imagine he's tied for first now, right? Probably a couple players on 2 points, like him and Hans. Okay. Oh, and now they're scanning Fabi. They gotta scan everybody. Sevian, though, he's still trying to convert. It looks like Fabi is like looking up at the monitors. He's still watching the game, but Sevian, they haven't. This is a position we started with like an hour ago. That's crazy. The only difference is now both players are way down on time. So now the time control is gonna have to force Sevian's hand here. But he's just shuffling. He's just shuffling. Let's see what's happened so far. So we had, wow, look how long they've been shuffling. So h5, this was move 40. They got the structure. Move 40. Boom, boom, boom. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Slow and steady. Now it's move 65. So he's already made 25 moves. They're like halfway to the 50 move roll before Levon can claim a draw. I wonder if he's already looked at it. That's always something you can do as like a psychological ploy. You know, if you're playing for the 50 move roll, you look at your score sheet and then you look at the opponent and you signify like, yeah, I'm aware of the 50 move roll and I will be making sure that, you know, we don't cross it. Yeah. Okay. So now Levon thinking. I mean, respect for what Sevian is doing because it's very unpleasant to defend this as black. It's just like it just goes on and back and forth, and you're just sitting there, just like you can't do anything. You can't push like G6. You don't want to like touch your position. It's not easy. It's not easy. Yeah, Sam down to 2 minutes, so he doesn't have a lot of time to exactly like come up with a brilliant winning idea, right? So he's just kind of like shuffling and just looking for something, but it doesn't seem like he has such a brilliant plan to break through here, right? If he did, probably he would have shown it already. So we'll see. How awkward would it be if the body scan found something? I mean, really awkward, you know? Like, I think, I mean, I feel like you, as like the arbiter, you know, you don't want to find something. Because if you find something, then you're like, oh man, yo, what's that? You like look at that, you're like, what's that? Hey, One Chess, how's it going? So let's see, couple opposite color bishop endgames still ongoing. We have Dominguez Robson. So clean extra pawn here for white. Very, very pretty position, but with the opposite color bishops, I feel like this is mostly in vain. Well, that's not true actually. Hold on. This pawn's weak. You guys need to hold on for a second actually, because if white's king was able to sneak over here, you don't hold this pawn. Even if you put your bishop on c8, you don't hold it. King b8. The bishop moves. King b7. And this pawn is lost. So this actually, there is some danger here for black. Right? There's some danger. So king f4, king e4. And you just run this way. If you take this pawn, I mean, that's rough. So this is not easy. I think Dominguez, he still has some chances here. This is crazy how he got this. Now I think it's still drawish. Like, my guess is Ray should be able to keep white's king from getting in. But if he puts his king on c6, for example, then of course white can put pressure on this one, right? Put the bishop on c5, push e6, and then try to promote. So it's kind of principle of two weaknesses at play here. Right, white has one weakness on the king side and this pawn here. Now chat's saying wrong color corner. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of relevant, but it's only relevant if all the pawns drop off, right? If white wins this one and then wins this one, right? Or if white wins this pawn and then black has to give up the bishop for it, then the b pawn is always going to be enough to win the game, right? So if white wins this, it's very, very dangerous for black. So still some chances here. And then there was another one. Oh boy, this game had a lot of changes. This was the Begum game against Rochelle Wu. So okay, a lot of stuff happened here. So white got e5, bishop on d6. Black goes h4, takes. So white goes gh. If takes here, then takes. This is just a very easy draw. Black just holds the blockade, shuffles the bishop back and forth, and yeah, it's going to be very hard for white to break through. So gh4, keeping more pawns on the board. g3, e6, g2, bishop h2 forced, king takes c5, h5, bishop a6. Now, man, it's really opened up. But what's happening? If white goes e7, bishop b5, h6, looks like white's pawns are just promoting. Looks good. Okay, h6 first. Probably the same. I don't understand why not e7 first. That looked very clean. Just e7. Gotta stop it. Then h6. And just looks like game over, but probably the h6 first is good too. Okay, king c6 played. King f6, yeah, now avoiding this one. Bishop d3. King f7. And looks like this is good enough, right? E7, E8 equals queen coming. Yeah, thank you, iChess. I mean, I can also tell that it's winning because I can calculate. And white wins. I don't know. I think E7 first. I still think this was cleaner, though. This one. Because then the king doesn't have time to even get back. Here. And here. Yeah. So white has already won the game. So nice endgame technique here. Now, the more interesting question is this one. Whether this is winning for white. Because he's definitely not breaking through on the king side. The question is whether he can snake his king back over to the queen side. Yeah, I don't know, but he's got 3 minutes, so we're kind of gonna find out. All right, and then let's see Sevian. They've got the same position. They haven't moved at all. I don't know how they've avoided a 3-time repetition, but somehow they've managed. Game is ongoing. Sevian, he's still looking. He's still jumping around. I mean, I think he's still going to be trying to win here, but so far hasn't made a ton of progress. Okay, let's see. I think these are the last 2 games. So Sevian and Dominguez. Maybe we'll watch like this to see if anything interesting happens on either one. Because right now, both boards looking very, very drawish. I think the women's championship is done. Yeah, all games done here. So Begum won, Tadev won, Ruyang won. All with white. Okay, so these 2 games left, and they're pressing. They're trying to win. They're trying to squeeze out that win. Yeah, how many moves can you play without moving pawns and avoiding a 3-fold? Well, my guess is 50. And avoiding captures too, right? Exciting stuff, though. Let's get rid of the 50 move rule. Why you don't like the 50 move rule? Man, 50 move rule saves people from a lot of suffering in the end game. So be careful before you get what you wish for. 50. I can tell. I've been the recipient of some 50 move rule squeezes, and they're rough. They're rough. Whoa, we have changes. Hold on. We have changes. Sevian traded rooks. Levon played rook to b2. The first threat from either player in an hour. White played rook 1 d2. They traded rooks. And now g6. Now who's playing for the win here? Okay, but this is a big change because Sevian was trying to provoke this move for some time. And I mean, you can go knight g3 here. Knight e3 doesn't seem too likely. I think black just wins this pawn. You can also consider taking. Somehow knight g3 feels like the more logical move to keep black's pawns split rather than taking and allowing black to keep the pawns connected. And you also get like some knight e4 ideas. Big developments here, guys. Breaking news, g6. Yeah, for the 50 move rule, actually, the arbiter does have the right to step in, I believe, and move 75. So if there's been 75 moves without a pawn push or a capture, the arbiter is allowed to step in and be like, all right, folks, we're draw. Draw agreed. We're calling it. We want to go. Yeah, Levant, he just wanted to keep playing. Yeah, he's just, he's just enjoying himself. Wait, takes? King takes. Hold on, guys. I don't understand this. Takes. King takes. He didn't take with the pawn. I'm very surprised they didn't take with the pawn here. I wonder if it's like a strategic reason. Like, for example, knight g3, then white pushes f5, trades this one off, and then white has two passed pawns. And that could actually be quite dangerous for black. So Aronian takes with the king, so that now he's making sure that white never gets a second passed pawn. That's actually very smart. I actually didn't, that was not obvious to me at all. Maybe in a game I would have figured that out, but that was not obvious to me. I thought he's going to take with the pawn. Oh wait, king takes, knight e3. Oh, now he goes f5. Okay, so Levant, he's had time. I mean, he's been thinking about this position for like an hour, so he's big braining this whole thing. So he's come up with some setup that he believes will hold him the game, and it looks pretty convincing actually. It feels very, very holdable. Bishop d6, h5, h4. Rook goes over. Looks great. Man, I keep seeing Zelda's username, and it's reminding me of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, which I've been playing a lot lately. Been obsessed with this game. Anyway, great game. I don't know if there are any fans, but great game. Okay, knight c4, big development. 95. Black goes king f6, no check for you. He can still play knight e5 though. It's not as satisfying without the check, but it's still a good move. Knight c6. And then I'll keep an eye on the Dominguez game, but so far no progress there. Oh, sorry, let me scroll down here so you guys can see the results. 20 seconds for Sevian. They're interviewing Fabi on the live stream. It's 20 seconds for Sevian. They're like laughing with Fabi. They're laughing with Fabi, having a good time. Guys, Sam Sevian has 20 seconds and you guys are laughing on the live broadcast. I cannot believe this. Okay, rook a2 now from Sevian. Wow, what's his idea? Because he's leaving this one hanging. Is he really going rook a5 and then just playing for the pin? Wow, that might be his idea. It's very oh, he did take rook a6 check. Hold on, someone's wrong here. Because Sevian just gave up his extra pawn, and Levant took it, saying like, I don't really believe you. King e7. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe on rook a5, maybe black just has king e6 and he just defends the bishop once white like maneuvers to, or defends the rook and then moves. So check, he goes here. I think if king g7, then he was afraid of rook a5, and then his king is not fast enough. So white goes knight b2 next, knight a4, and the pin is actually very unpleasant. Like, if you play check to try to get out, then king e2, both pieces are hanging. Oops. Here and here, right? So this wouldn't be working. And otherwise, white's just going here and here. So I think, I'm not sure, but I think that's why he went king e7. Because now, if rook a5, then king e6, he's still just defending the rook, and then this is nothing special. So king e7, rook takes h6, and rook d3 check on the board. Oh wow, St. Louis stream having issues. Weird. Okay, so now this is feeling very drawish. Yeah. If knight e3, I think black can just take, and that's a very simple rook endgame. So king g2. And still, white has to be careful, but like rook d4. Oh, rook d4, knight e5. So some tricks. Some tricks. Right, you can always lose against the knight. Remember, folks, it's a key piece of wisdom for today. You can always lose against a knight. Can Owlsley get norms at this event? That's a good question. I'm not sure. Because there's some weird rules, like, you know, there's only US players, so there's no players from a foreign federation, but also sometimes they have special rules for, like, national championships. So rook c3 on the board. Yeah, of course you can get the norms anywhere. Like, it's not like the norms are a huge deal. I think the more important thing is just getting to the correct strength. It's very rare that a player who reaches like a certain strength then doesn't also get the norms. So I think it's more just about getting experience, getting strength. Of course, then your rating goes up, and then of course the norms will one day come along with that. Oh, 7 flagged according to this. I doubt it. I bet we're gonna see a move. Yep, 95. 46 seconds on the clock. It's an extra pawn, but it's doubled. Yeah, so it feels like winning chances for white very, very slim. Very slim. Let's see. Dominguez. Dominguez still shuffling around. So he's hoping to get in, but I think if he plays here, black just goes here. And no way to break through. So this is looking very drawish. Let's keep our eye on this game. 95, bishop d6, knight g6 check. And king e7. Yeah, game continues, but yeah, it's hard. I like black setup here. Rook covers the third rank, bishop eyeing this pawn, so it's hard to move the knight. And it's like how to make progress for white. If you attack the pawn, black will defend. Then maybe rook a3 somewhere, rook a4, just kind of biting at this one. Yeah. Seems like black is holding. Okay, 3 seconds. Rook h4. So we can kind of understand this move. It's defending this pawn so you can move the knight. Honestly, I think black could just take and go here. I think this is a pretty straightforward draw. Even this one is not a big deal. Maybe it is. I'm not sure actually. Maybe, I don't know. You could try this. I don't know if black would wanna risk it. But looks like he doesn't. Just king e6, knight f3. He's just keeping the bishop against the knight, which makes sense. Okay, knight g5 check. King d5. And Levon's just latching onto this one. Yeah. Man, Sevian, you gotta respect the fighting spirit though. I mean, it's hard to imagine he wins, right, with this construction, but still, he's pushing, you know, he wants to bring the king here, f3, then maybe attack this one, bring the knight over, you know, even if he wins this pawn, I mean, he's still far from winning, but still. Yeah. Okay, folks, I think I'm going to wrap it up here. I'm going to raid the St. Louis channel so you guys can watch the end of the round there. Looks like there's just these 2 games remaining that are going to play out. They're still pushing, though, so I wouldn't be shocked if there was a decisive result. But, yeah, Dominguez seems like Robson knows his fortress here. He kind of knows what he's doing, so I feel like he's going to hold this one. And Sevian, I would also say, yeah, Levon is probably going to hold it. I mean, his position looks very, very comfortable and active. So, barring some kind of tactical catastrophe, I think Levon saves this one. Okay, folks. Well, thanks for tuning in. You've been watching Chess Dojo Live, and we are going to be covering the U.S. Championship throughout. Actually, I'll be back for tomorrow's round and then Sunday's round as well, starting at around 11:30 a.m. Pacific time when the game starts. Yeah, we'll be covering the event the rest of the way. So thanks for hanging out. Gonna go raid the St. Louis Chess Club so you guys can watch the end of the round there. And yeah, their chat is a little wild right now. I'll just warn you guys, but you know, you can watch full screen. You don't necessarily have to participate in the Twitch chat. But anyways, leave you guys to it and catch you all next time.